Hello and welcome to my stream. Tonight we play more of Digimon World, and last weekend we were once again trying to register new Digimon, but we couldn't. Once again, we kinda have been having a very bad luck sequence of weeks regarding making progress on this game. We couldn't register anything new, but we were able to farm some bits and get some items by exploring the world, right? And we also tried to get to a rank S tournament. We also have been working on that, but unfortunately we couldn't. Maybe because of how old my Digimon was by the time, or maybe because of the very annoying bug that's been happening on this game when you check the calendar of events or of tournaments. There is a very annoying bug in there. We could learn one thing or two about it, but it's still kind of messing up with our schedule regarding registering ourselves to join the tournament. But hopefully we end up getting to a rank S tournament eventually. And also tonight, I'm really hoping that we can get a new champion, because if I'm not mistaken, we started a new cycle with the Elecmon Zag, because he's the one that has the best odds of giving us a new Digimon. If I'm not mistaken, he has two unknown Digimon or two unknown champions as possibilities. So let's trust the odds and go for it tonight. Because I can't wait to see more things happening in here, because it's been a very bad luck. We have been under a very bad luck. Yeah, last weekend we were able to get Mega Sidramon naturally. I can't remember how was the first time I got Mega Sidramon, if I used an item or not, but it happened naturally last time. Sadly, it was not the Digivolution we were looking for. There were two options and one of them was a new option. But maybe next time, right? There is always a next time on this infinite long game. I will actually buy some carrots. Maybe I'll need to be using them for this cycle. I will also go check on Dreamojamon, because I think I ordered him to go in a treasure hunt. So maybe he's back. Let me go check that. Hi Ultras, how are you, man? How was the end of your stream, right? You were playing Top Gear 2. How was it? Could you get further than how you were in Top Gear 1? Also, if I'm not mistaken, you were also going to have lunch, right? Just like me. How was it? Did you end up cooking something good? Even though you were struggling a lot on Top Gear 1, I was happy that you could get to Hiroshima. Hiroshima is one of the most beautiful levels on that game, especially because of that very nice touch of seeing the sun rising and then the morning starting, right? That's not something that happens in Top Gear per se, but I would even say in many games in general, or especially Super Nintendo games, that you have the transition of a day, right? I think it was very, very great looking. Oh, you did not play Top Gear 2 that much? Wait, did you like the first one better? Is it because of the music? Is it because of the levels? Because you were the one in there defending Top Gear 2 with all you had, right? So what made you really change your opinion now? Honestly, I told you before that the second game is my least favorite out of the trilogy. But not because it's a bad game, it's just that, I don't know, I feel that the other two are more impactful, either because of the soundtrack or because of the levels. I don't know, the second one is a very play safe game, while the other two are somewhat more uh, different, maybe, because the third one goes to space, so that's very unique, while the first one kinda starts this franchise in a very strong punch, right? And then the second one kind of feels, normal, or like standard in my opinion. You're more used to playing the first one? Really? Because you were saying you played the second one more. It feels faster? Interesting. I was actually wondering that maybe after playing the first game again and going back to the one you had the best memories of, which was the second, maybe you could, look at it with different eyes or judging it differently, maybe not considering only the nostalgia lenses, but I could understand if that game was still your favorite, but to me it's like the third place. But I was very happy that also you were able to test Goof Troop. And I told you should trust my recommendation because Goof Troop is fantastic. Although you died right at the boss and then you couldn't get the first password, but let's say you did a good job for your first attempt, and I was surprised you could not figure out the use for the bell, right? I wish I could tell you what it does, but maybe you were overthinking it. It's not something very crazy. You will realize it, and then you like slap your forehead because of like, how couldn't I see this? But yeah, it's something very simple. Maybe on the next time you can make more progression on the game and understand the use for the bell because yes, it surprised me you could not figure that out yet. But I'm happy you liked it. It does feel a lot like Bomberman, like you said. I never compared it to Bomberman, but especially A Link to the Past. Mostly because of the adventure you have in the game, but also because of some puzzles you need to figure or you need to figure them out. They even get more complex in the other levels, as you may see in the future. There was even one puzzle that got me stuck like for hours. And then people on the chat were like, I solved it, how could you not solve it? And then I was like for 2 hours I think trying to solve that freaking puzzle. But hopefully you have better luck than me, right? Okay, so this is Punimon. Let me just confirm that Punimon can become Elecmon. Okay, Tsunamon, then Elecmon, yes. And then Elecmon, like I said, 2 new evolutions for me to figure. So he could become... Actually, never mind. First, I need to get Elecmon. And the choices are Elecmon or Penguinmon. Penguinmon, I would say Penguinmon is like heavier than Elecmon and maybe more targeted towards brains and maybe defense or MPs or HP or something. So maybe I should go for attack and speed because I believe those two stats could give me a better chance of getting Electron. It's kind of crazy how it's been like 52 streams of this game if I'm not mistaken, and I still struggle to remember exactly how to get the rookies. But I will trust my intuition, and I think that's how it goes for this case. So let's go for attack and speed. By the way, Ultras, this week I was working on some websites, and weeks ago I have been talking about how I learned some names of cities of the US mostly that I thought they were funny. And then this week, that same website gave me jobs or works, but for Canada, like they were talking about Canada and not the US. So basically I was learning more about some Canada places, and there were some couple names that I was surprised or like I felt they were interesting names, and I wanted to ask you if you have been to such places. I can only remember 2 names now though, but they were somewhat interesting to learn. The first one is if you have ever been to Oshawa, which was funny because it reminded me of Ottawa, and then I was thinking, are those 2 cities cousins of each other or something? Especially because I can be wrong on this though, but I do think they were in the same province, like Ontario, if I'm not mistaken. So have you ever been to Oshawa, the lost cousin of Ottawa? Maybe there is even a third one in the family that I still need to learn. A third city that is like the same way. Oh, you have been to Oshawa and then Ottawa and then give me another wah wah. Isn't there a Rihanna song that's like wah 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 wah? They should play that song eternally in Canada for those two cities and maybe much more or many more. So Oshawa is like 25 minutes from Toronto. Okay, so it's close by. I have been there many times for shows, concerts, shops, and your friend also lives there. Is Oshawa any close to Ottawa though? Because I was kind of connecting those two cities. But it's like a dirty little city. Oh no, it has a lot of crime. That sucks though. Yeah, that's kind of bad. But I'm getting that you have never had bad situations happening to you in there. I need to get more meat. Okay, so Oshawa is not that close from not Ottawa. Were they in the same province? Or am I wrong about that too? You did a Habitat for Humanity build there? Okay, so they are both in Ontario. I take that. If they are both in the same province with like names that are very close by, I think that's a good coincidence. Even if they're not very close to each other, like 4.5 hours distant. You have to build a house, man? That's very sick. I can't even imagine how could I help to build a house. And by the way, I did not see that coming. Maybe that's going to bug me a little bit. So Habitat for Humanity are volunteer-built houses that go to people who can't afford housing otherwise. There are some programs of that here as well, but I do think I see them happening most of times in other countries. But there are a couple ones in here too. I have already checked if they had sirloins to give me, if Vegemon had sirloins, and he didn't. So I guess I will go buy regular meat from the shop. And the second city that I thought the name was interesting, but then that one was because I struggled to say it, but maybe now I could learn it. How was it again? It was called Penticton. Yeah, it was such a funny name, but when I first read it, I was like, how can I say this? Yeah, Penticton. And then I was even thinking that, man, this name has a rhythm, you know? Maybe you can mix it up and then create a hip-hop song or a song or something. Penticton, bang. Penticton, bang. Pentic-tock, pentic-tock. Pentic-tock, pentic-tock. I don't know, maybe somebody could create an anthem for that city on that rhythm or something. But yes, Penticton, I forgot where it was, maybe British Columbia or something. Yeah, that's where I think it would be. Have you ever been there? Do you know that city? And am I saying its name right? Because I was struggling with that word. Also, hello for welcome. Please transform into Poopmon. We have had a lot of Poopmon in this playthrough for sure. Maybe now, let me check his virus level. No, never mind, the virus level is low, so Poopmon will need to wait until we commit more mistakes in here. But we have gotten some Poopmon not too long ago. I asked the contractor if the families from the built houses next door ever come by and thank them or anything, and he just left. Wait, seriously? They don't say thanks or anything? Penticton. If you want, I can try typing it on the chat. And it's in British Columbia, so maybe if you are not getting it, probably you haven't been there. Some of them even ask them to stop the construction noises to... Oh, come on. I can understand it's annoying to hear the construction noises, but what can you do, like... Yeah, it's like that if I'm not mistaken, Penticton. And I was also very happy to see that sometimes the website was giving me references or locations in Halifax, and I was like, oh my god, this is a place that Ultras and Pilots know. So it made me happy to like, I'm aware of this place. Or maybe I should even say I'm used to see this word, you know, Halifax. They were showing me like restaurants and hotels, and then I had to see if the website they were also giving me, if that website was talking about the certain restaurant or the same restaurant, and then I needed to compare the information, like there is this restaurant in Halifax, is this website or video describing it or talking about it? That was the work I had to do. And then they showed me Halifax, they showed me those two other locations and some other that I forgot. But I was learning a bit more about restaurants and hotels in Canada. These people volunteered to build you a house for free, and then they couldn't even say thanks, right? And you have never been there? So your favorite places in British Columbia are Tofino, that's a funny name too. There is a Victoria, man, there is a Victoria in Canada. I was telling Victor there is a Victoria in here, in Brazil. It's actually called Vitória. Yeah, that's how it's said in Portuguese. And then I was telling Victor, you have a lot of cities around the world. There is also a Victorville in the US that are related to your name, so just pick one and move there. Because yesterday I also learned that Victor lives in a place in Sweden called, let me see if I learned the pronunciation, Skåne. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it is Skåne. And then actually Vancouver, that's where Draco is from. It's nice for sure, crowded but nice. It was great to travel there for work. This is the town Tofino. It's also the surfing capital of Canada, huh? Tofino reminds me of like Tofu and Delfino Plaza from Mario Sunshine. It looks very nice. I like how the back of the picture that has the trees, the islands and the ocean, but also some sort of fog. That right there, and also the time of the day, it reminds me a lot of some places here in Rio. When it's like getting to the sunset, it looks exactly like that. Let me check the second picture. Whoa, this one is more deserted. Yeah, this looks great, man. There are even lakes behind. And then snowy mountains on the very back of the picture. Damn. Canada is such a mix of environments. Which kinda makes sense because it's a big country, so of course it's going to have some different locations going on. But I still think it's not how Canada is promoted sometimes, because most of times it's only the lakes and the mountains, but then they don't show us the beaches, they don't show us some other crazy locations. What you liked about that place, Tofino, was that there is no such a thing as a corporate big box store or any franchise of any kind at all. So is everything local? Do I need to buy anything else? I will buy some more potties, not that I really need, but since I'm getting discounts right now, why not? Give me 10 more. Like, no stores you will recognize because they are all independent, owned by the locals. That's kinda great. It feels like a very united community, right? That support each other. Maybe they could also, I don't know, export their products to other provinces or cities. instead of importing things. So there is no McDonald's, no nothing. They are all like Bill's Pharmacy, Aunt Mary's Bakery, Joe's Smoke Shop. I can see that. And from the picture you sent, it didn't felt like, or it didn't feel like a very small city. Of course, a small city, but like not like a village. So it is crazy that they were able to kind of avoid the big brands or the big chains to install their buildings in it. And then it's the surfing capital of Canada. I actually don't know which city in Brazil could be the surfing capital of Brazil. Have you ever tried surfing though? So this is near a park called, oh my god, there it comes, the freaking hard words. Kejicumjik? Is that any close to that? Kejicumjik? In Nova Scotia, few hours drive from Halifax. I did a few days canoe camping here with a friend at the time and it was really good. Let me check that out. Also, hello Disney, how are you? Happy Sunday for you as well. Oh my god, it looks so calm. Like, the ocean doesn't have many waves. My mother would love that because my mother can only go to the beach when it's a when it has an ocean like this, like without waves. I also like how clear and white the rocks are. It's kind of unique. Yeah, this is indeed a very beautiful location, man. Canoeing there sounds easy as well, like, even though there are some islands and rocks, but unless you went for some sort of rapids, but then it's definitely not on this picture. It sounds or it looks very peaceful. Oh, okay, there is a second picture. Yeah, it still looks very peaceful and beautiful. So you guys got a very great location for doing that. And Disney, thank you so much for the follow. Are you a fan of Digimon World? Have you played this before or as a kid or something? I'm trying to get Elecmon. I'm not sure if I will be able to get him, but I hope I can. I'm kinda guessing that the path for me to get Elecmon will be related to raising his attack and his speed. Let's go for speed now. Actually, they are both kinda close to each other in numbers. So I'll be just alternating those two, but they are getting where I wanted. Oh, you're a big fan of Digimon? You played this as a kid, but you have never beaten it. Haven't you tried it again, like, after growing up? I can totally understand if you could never beat this as a kid, because this game is brutal. Even as an adult myself, I struggled, and I'm still struggling a lot on this game. But at the same time, the greatest thing about it is how it's complex, because I think many games out there are not with this complexity this game has. And I love games with side questing, I love games that have, I don't know, rewarding things for you to explore or like to learn. And then this game has also been very surprising because you never know what's going to happen in your cycle or on your playthrough. and that's why I have been still going on with it, even though I kind of believe I have done most of things already. I still haven't fought the final boss, but I'm thinking about doing it very soon. And now I'm working on like registering the Digimon to the chart, getting all of the cards, learning all of the attacks, and completing File C's prosperity rate. But yes, I love how rich on details and how complex this game is. Even if sometimes it frustrates us because like we cannot do or understand what's happening to us, or we can't do what we want. Like I want this Digimon and then you don't get that Digimon, you get something completely unexpected. And then it can be frustrating. But I'm very patient, and eventually I could see myself making some progression, and that's what boosts me to keep on going. So I would totally recommend you or tell you to go back to this game if you haven't, or if you haven't yet, because I think you should beat it for sure. You were able to play Digimon World 1 and 2. People told me that the sequels or the next games of the Digimon franchise, they go on some different directions that may still be good, but definitely they won't be that close to this first game, and then most people kind of prefer this first game. I may still play other Digimon games in the future, but after everything I have heard and all of the opinions, I kind of feel like this may end up being my favorite because it's my first contact. It's the one that's been surprising me a lot, and if the other games are not like this, maybe they won't be too impactful to me as this first one, and then this may still be my favorite, you know. But I still want to give them a shot, like Digimon Sleuth or Cyber Sleuth. There is also Digimon Story, isn't it, or something? Then people talk about how is that other one that's like a sequel or remake of this one? New Order. Yeah, Digimon New Order. I'm really thinking about those other Digimon games, but I'm not really expecting them to be like this. And hi Victor, how are you, man? I'm doing okay. My Sunday has been not very eventful. I kind of went to bed very late, and then I'm a bit tired right now, but I could still do some things. And I ordered some lunch, which was delicious. But yes, everything's okay, man. It's still kind of rainy and cloudy here. Yesterday we had a power outage out of nowhere because a rain started in here. Hopefully today we won't have that happening. But it's been chill, man. And hi Subaru, how are you, man? I hope you can beat it. Disney, I'm actually sure we can beat this game, man. Because now I'm not scared of like not being able to beat this game. That to me, I'm expecting not to be a problem anymore. We have been through so many crazy things on this game already that fighting the final boss, whoever that is, I'm not scared. I'm just like leaving it for the future, but hopefully a soon future. But I'm not scared of the final boss. I have been under worst situations on this game for sure. The difficulty right now is more related to completing the things like getting all of the Digimon and getting all of the attacks. And now I also have been struggling with the tournament they have in File City. Like if you join the arena, they have some tournaments in there. I have been struggling a lot to join the rank S tournament. It's either a matter of bad luck or not being fully prepared for it or something. I do hope we can finally manage to win that tournament so I can see what's the reward out of it. But the final boss, man, I'm super chill about it. I would be very surprised if I end up dying to him or something. As you can tell, I'm a big Disney fan. If I have a favorite Disney movie, can I answer you with Pixar movies? Like Disney Pixar? Because if so, I would say Wall-E. Yes, I would give you an answer of Wall-E. I'm more a fan of Pixar than Disney. You're doing good, Victor. Great, man. It's been an awfully tired all day though, because of a reason. Do you have an idea of why you have been feeling tired? I'm a bit tired because I went to bed very late yesterday, but for a good reason. I was watching Scaplooni playing Earthbound for the first time, and he was enjoying it a lot. We were having a lot of fun in there. So I end up going to bed like at 6:30 a.m. Beautiful time, isn't it? But thankfully, I slept well as well. It's just that because I slept a little bit less than normal, I'm a bit tired, but not as tired as some other days either. So I can't complain, right? I can't complain. But I wonder what happened to you for you to be feeling tired. Wait, you have never seen the Wally movie, really? I probably have it in here next to me. That it is. Yeah, this is my favorite Disney Pixar movie for sure. I can't even remember how many times I have rewatched it because it's also a somewhat common movie to be aired on TV. So every time they were airing it, I was kind of watching it again. And I love that movie. I can't say that it's for everybody because it's a very slow movie. It doesn't have many dialogues, or maybe I even should say if it has dialogues at all. It doesn't have a lot of talk or things like that. But you can kind of get the story from the characters, and it speaks more with actions than actually words. So that's why I love it so much. It's actually something Pixar does in a very good way, right? That even in some scenes that there are no dialogues, they speak everything they wanted to say to us. And that movie is full of that. I also love its soundtrack. The soundtrack of it is beautiful. It's a movie that makes me happy or makes me feel uh, it makes my heart more warm, or it's a very heartwarming movie. There we go. So I would recommend you checking it out if you don't mind watching a more slow or not too intense movie, right? Like some other ones. I went to bed late too. The damn cat woke you up early. Yeah, Subway is saying that Wall-E is a good movie. I agree, man. I love it. You like Frozen? I actually have never watched Frozen, but people say great things about it. But then again, I know not everyone will agree. Honestly, I think Frozen has a good amount of fans, so maybe lots of people would agree with you. But if I really had to pick a movie that's not from Pixar, maybe my pick would be Aladdin, because I used to love Aladdin as a kid, but to be honest, I have never been a big or huge Disney fan. But I watched Aladdin as a kid. I used to have the VHS, right? So I watched it a couple of times. And then I also watched the Lion King, but I think I would pick Aladdin. You think that any movie made by Disney is good? I still gotta check some other movies out, yeah. There is one that's about a fox and a dog. It's like a very classic Disney movie. I can't remember how is it called in English or even in Portuguese, but that's one Disney movie that I'm curious to check someday. I think it's going to be a beautiful movie. Victor has watched Wall-E in school. Didn't really like it too much, really, man. It is well done from what you remember, but it wasn't just your taste. At least not at that time. Then again, I'm not big into movies. Yeah, that's true, man. Ultros, are you still there? Because there is a topic that I wanna talk to you and Victor that I could have brought it up yesterday, but maybe I could bring it up today. It's more like a continuation of an old subject we talked before, and then maybe we can compare the results of that today with the other talk we had in the past, right? You remember the one with the fox and the dog? I don't know how it's called, but it's one that I would love to watch. The Fox and the Hound. Yes, maybe that's the one. That wait, that's your favorite? Really? That's another reason for me to go after it then. Nowadays we can watch any Disney movie on Disney Plus. That's true. Yeah, I even saw that Paramount is also coming up with a streaming service as well. Now every freaking filmmaker has a streaming service. I don't have Disney Plus though. I only have Netflix. Let me see. Let me continue working on his offense and speed. And I will hope that gives me a Lekmon. But yes, I have watched way more movies of Pixar than Disney. I still need to watch their last ones though, like Soul. People have been saying great things about Soul. And I have seen the trailer of their next movie, which is called Luca. And it's looking very good. And then the last Pixar movie I watched was Coco. I really liked it. It surprised me on the subject it talks about. But I don't know, maybe I didn't like it as many other people liked it. Like, I have seen people crying to that movie and things. No, to me it was kinda okay. It was emotional, but it didn't really make me cry or something. Wall-E is more powerful on that subject to me than Coco was. But it was a beautiful movie and I was very impressed by the subject they talked about. I was not expecting that to happen in there. Have you played many Disney games? It's funny that I wanna call you like Disney, so it would sound weird to say, have you played many Disney games, Disney? But today I was on Ultra's stream and I told him to try a Disney game. It's one of my favorite Super Nintendo games. It's called Goof Troop. I don't know if you have heard of it. Goof Troop is fantastic. It's a Super Nintendo game, it's a classic, and it's a Disney game, so maybe I would recommend that to you as well. Coco was a good movie, I agree, but I don't know, it didn't make me too emotional as some other people got, or emotional, right? Some other people got very emotional on that movie. You agree? Yes, Goof Troop is really good. And even though it is, let's say, a bit challenging, it is not at the same levels of some other Disney games like The Lion King or even The Jungle Book. And I would even say Aladdin. I know some people can play Aladdin super well or like they can beat it very easily. But in my eyes or to my eyes, that game is very hard. I played it a lot as a kid, but I could never beat it. Or maybe not even get too close to the end of it. But Goof Troop was, let's say, fair. It has some hard moments, especially puzzles, I would say. But overall speaking, it's a game that's not too frustrating, as you get the hang of it. So, oh yes, right, so there is also Kingdom Hearts. I still gotta play Kingdom Hearts. You played Kingdom Hearts? It does count, for sure. You should go after Goof Troop for the Super Nintendo. It's such a fun game. If you like Zelda, because Zelda has that adventure feeling, I would connect Goof Troop to Zelda a lot because it's also an adventure game. Um, it has some puzzles in there as well. I was thinking if I could consider it a platformer, but it's not a platformer. It's more an adventure and puzzle game. Yeah. And in case you have like a friend or a family member that likes video games too, that game is great to play in two-player mode. So I would also recommend trying to play it with somebody to work together on the puzzles to beat the game. Probably Goof Troop is my favorite Disney game. There are also some other ones that I'm now remembering. I know there are some Mickey games, like Mickey versus the Castle of Illusion or something. Those games looked great, but I still need to really get to them and try them myself. But I did try, I think, two games for the Super Nintendo 2 that were like Mickey and Donald. And how was it called though? It was a fantasy game with Mickey and Donald, and then they had to wear some costumes that gave them abilities, and then you could use those abilities to progress on the levels. I remember playing that one game a lot. It's for Super Nintendo, but I do not remember its name. But it's so hard. I could never beat it. Wait, to play the Mickey Castle game? It looks great, but I gotta still play it myself. You had trouble by playing Aladdin? Me too. I think it's a very hard game. Oh, but you used some cheats to beat the game and the passwords? That's totally helpful, yeah. But the hardest Disney game ever, or maybe even one of the hardest games ever, is The Lion King. The Lion King is brutal. Oh yes, you know another fantastic Disney game? DuckTales. DuckTales is amazing, but then DuckTales is more old. DuckTales was for NES or the Game Boy. There was also a Game Boy version, but DuckTales is super great. I don't remember if I beat it. I probably haven't beaten it, but I was able to get far ahead on it. And I even learned that there is a sequel to DuckTales that I also want to play at some point. Hopefully his wave is okay. Hopefully that's not going to transform him into Penguinmon. So I'll just keep on going. Goof Troop is like Bomberman that meets A Link to the Past with Disney characters and enemies and some Zelda-style items. Yeah, man. And I like how it's charming. The graphics in that game are very charming. I do have some couple childhood memories by playing that game with some friends. Sadly, I'm not still in touch with those friends, but the memories are still great. I also remember playing a lot of Super Mario Kart with them. We used to play Super Mario Kart and Goof Troop in the same afternoon, you know? Yeah, go after it. Maybe you can find an emulator or something. I would recommend you trying it out. We need more games like it. We need more fantastic adventure games. Maybe the name of the Mickey and Donald game that I was trying to remember is something like Magical Quest. I would guess that's the name, Mickey and Donald Magical Quest. That's also a great game for the Super Nintendo, but it's kinda hard. But we were talking about Kingdom Hearts. Have you played Final Fantasy games or some Square Enix games or only the Disney games? Because I think that if you go after Kingdom Hearts, it's either because of two possibilities. You either are a Disney fan or a Square Enix Final Fantasy fan. I believe those are the two biggest reasons why somebody would go after uh, Kingdom Hearts. And I wonder, like, if it's only because you were a Disney fan or if you also played some other RPGs, right? Okay, that's going to raise his happiness at least. Oh, hi Emily, how are you? Yes, I'm back, right? With the camera, new camera now. Since you are here, I did this yesterday, but I wanted to show that to you though. Let me just put this Digimon to poop, and then I have something to show you. Oh, so you did play some Final Fantasies. You played 9, 10, and 10 Part 2. I played Final Fantasies from 6 to 9, and I will still need to play Final Fantasy X. I'm very curious to play Final Fantasy X. But before playing Final Fantasy X, maybe I'll go back to 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. But I need to see how that really goes. But Final Fantasy is fantastic. I missed your face, Alan. Yeah, it was like a 3 months break. It was quite a long time. Yesterday was like the first day I don't know, you guys could see me, right? In the year. Because it's since December. But now the camera it's a new camera and it's way better than the previous one. Oh yes, I played the Disney Jungle Book game. It was for the Sega Genesis though. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about. But I could never beat it. I could get kind of far. I got to the part that you kind of fight the monkeys and the... I don't know his name in English though. But like the Monkey Lord. And I don't remember ever beating that level. I remember always dying there. You are interested in Final Fantasy, but you're not really super into it. Which Final Fantasies have you tried, Emily? Because maybe you just gotta start playing, I don't know, the one that fits you the most, you know? Speaking of Disney games, have you tried the Tarzan games? No, actually I have never played a Tarzan game. Are they good? Let me go get what I want to show Emily. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. To be honest, I have never played one. So, what are your impressions of Final Fantasy and why exactly you think they don't make you feel very interested to play them? Like, what's bugging you about the franchise? But have you played Kingdom Hearts? Maybe if you play Kingdom Hearts, that could be an open door for you to try Final Fantasy afterwards. So Disney has watched Tarzan and Jungle Book. I have watched Jungle Book, yes. I have never been a big fan of Tarzan, but I have watched some Jungle Book's movies. Even a live action they did recently. I actually won a ticket, a movie ticket for me to go watch it for free. I was like joining a certain contest and then I got picked on that contest and then they gave me that. So yes, it was a very good live action. But I have never tried the video games and the same as Goof Troop. Yeah, the one I played was for the Sega Genesis. I'm actually thinking about doing this one thing in the future for this channel, but who knows when though. I wanna go back to maybe 4 out of the 5 Sega Genesis games I used to play as a kid and I used to have as well. They were Sonic 2, which was my first game ever, the Jungle Book, then also Animaniacs, and also Garfield. There was a Garfield game for Sega Genesis that I had as well. And I could never beat them. Any of my Sega Genesis games, they were all too hard for me to beat. Of course, the one I could get the farthest was Sonic 2 because it's the one I played the most and maybe out of those 4 games it's the easiest one. But even Sonic 2 I couldn't really beat it. Although, I did use some save states on the final boss and then I beat it that way, but I don't think it really counts. So, at some point in the future, I wanna bring back those 4 Genesis games that were part of my childhood to see if I can beat at least one of them this time. At least Sonic 2. I think today I can beat Sonic 2. I have been playing some other platformers in the meantime that are way worse than Sonic 2. For example, Cave Story, Mega Man X, and maybe some other ones as well. So I feel more ready to beat Sonic 2 without save states this time. But the Garfield Animaniacs and the Jungle Book games, they may be very hard still, but hopefully we can do good on them, right? If not beat them, then get to the final boss or very far ahead on them. But yeah, they are great. I would recommend you also going back to the Jungle Book game for the Genesis. So the last time Emily saw somebody playing Final Fantasy, it was the remake, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Emily, about the Final Fantasy VII Remake, all I can say is that it's looking gorgeous. It's looking fantastic. And even though there are differences from the original, they did capture the feeling of it. As I watch the trailers, because I haven't played the remake, as I watch the trailers they keep on releasing, I get goosebumps. I'm like, holy shit, it's the game. It's freaking Final Fantasy VII HD, perfect looking, and it's amazing. It's been like looking fantastic. It's just sad that they are releasing the game in so many parts, and then you probably need to buy all of the parts to have the full experience of the game or something. So to me, I think it's a better game for you to wait up until they release everything, so you can like buy a bundle or get everything for a better price. Not to mention that now that there are new video games out there, PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S and X, they are kind of splitting the game, like, oh yes, Final Fantasy VII, the remake part 1, you got that for PS4, right? Now you gotta get it for PS5 too, so if you don't have the PS5, you can't play the rest. So I know that's kind of BS, that you need to be getting the parts in different consoles. What if you do not want to buy a PS5 for some reason, or if you can't? That sucks, and then you can't really play the rest of the game. So I'm waiting for them to do the whole work. It's actually something that I do for many things too, like series and animes. Like before starting a new show, I kind of like to wait until it's over and then I get the whole thing and then I binge it. But all I can say is that as a Final Fantasy VII fan, it's looking fantastic. And from what people say as well, it seems it's not disappointing them. And I don't know if I would recommend you starting with the 7th game, even though it's my favorite. But I have a theory that it's my favorite because I struggled with Final Fantasy VI before, like I had a hard time with Final Fantasy VI, but it was necessary for me to understand the games, like the Final Fantasy mechanics. And then once I jumped to Final Fantasy VII, I was ready for it. And then I experienced it like without a lot of frustration, even though there were frustration. Remember Ruby Weapon, guys? Yeah, that thing was the worst ever, but besides that, everything was great. And even that was great too once we could finally overcome the difficulties. But yeah, I think Final Fantasy VI was like a necessary sacrifice for me to get used to the universe and then enjoy the universe from there, right? On 7, 8, and 9. But then I'm thinking about going back to the first games. So I don't know if that should be a good one to start Final Fantasy, but it's one that I hope you don't miss it out, because it is indeed a very good Final Fantasy. But all of them are very different actually, like there are Final Fantasy games that are more romantic, like the 8th one. Final Fantasy 9 is more, let's say, fable-like. It has a lot of fable going on, or it has a different storytelling that feels a lot like a fable or like a fairy tale or something. The 7th one is more, let's say, is it steampunk the word that I'm looking for? Maybe it is, but it's like more modern. It's more about nature versus technology, big companies and conspiracy. It's about those things. And then the 6th one is about, how can I say what's Final Fantasy 6 about? It's such a crazy game. it's a fantasy game. Like I would say it like that. Final Fantasy VI is like fantasy for real. It's a straight up fantasy, in my opinion. It has some crazy different characters, and they are all involved in a crazy fantasy clash, right? Of interests, and power, or they were seeking for power, and it has one of the worst villains ever as well. But anyway, they are very different, so maybe if you don't like a certain Final Fantasy, you could like the next one or the previous one, you know? So try maybe checking a little bit about the other Final Fantasies, because maybe you can find one that has a plot that's more interesting to you. And then you could start with it. Let me go back in here. I brought the things and I forgot to show them, right? So let me finish reading the chat and then I will change the topic to the food talk. So Emily liked it, but mostly because of the graphics. Yes, the graphics of the remake, it's looking amazing. And Victor remembers that the Tarzan game for the GameCube was very good. Although that said, he hasn't played it in like 15 years. Honestly, it's still good then. I mean, it's the same game, even if 15 years have passed by, why would it be a bad game now, right? Maybe if you judge it in comparison to the recent games, then sure, the recent games will look better, but no, if you had fun in the past, it sounds like a good game still. But Emily has played Kingdom Hearts a little. Yeah, I was thinking if Kingdom Hearts could be an entrance for you to go after Final Fantasy games. Play some... No, I cannot play some Disney movies in here, but I can play some Disney games. You played Animaniacs for the SNS? I don't know if it's the same one I played for Genesis. I actually think it's not. You could never beat it? I'm not surprised. Those games are hard. Sonic 2 is fantastic, yeah, but my favorite is Sonic and Knuckles. You have played the Garfield game too? The one I played was a Garfield game where he could enter the TV world. It was a very weird game, and the first level was in a horror show, like he was able to enter a horror movie or something like that, and then all of the characters he knows in real life were turned into characters in that horror show, right? Like his dog friend that I don't know his name, and then his owner. I just scrambled the 4x4x4 Rubik's Cube that my brother bought me for my birthday. And you haven't solved the 4x4x4 since like 2012? Oh man, go for it. Hopefully you can do it. I never really tried solving a Rubik's Cube, but honestly I don't think I would be able to solve a Rubik's Cube, or at least not that easily. Sabri saying worst villain or most evil villain? Maybe most evil villain? I don't want to say that he's like the worst. Yeah, I would say one of the most evil villains, because I still remember feeling a lot of hate for him. What is my stream schedule? Every Saturday and Sunday at like 4 or 5 EST. I think now I have been starting my streams a bit early, like at 4 EST or something, but it's around that time, 4 or 5 EST. You don't want to miss any games I have been playing? Well, I'm playing this one for now, and I may still be playing it for a while on Sundays, and on Saturdays I have been playing Roller Coaster Tycoon. I don't know if you have heard of it, but it's a theme park simulator. That's actually my favorite PC game, and I freaking love it. But it's also a very long game too, so I may still be playing it for a while. Your memory may be way off. The Tarzan game was fun? Okay, Emily has played it. Is the Tarzan game the same of the one in PS1? Maybe? I actually have no idea. And you know me, I'm the first to say that newer doesn't mean better. That's true, Victor. But I wanna say, or I wanna think that the old game of Tarzan is still good. So the first game I have ever beaten was Super Mario World. You know what? Maybe mine as well? But I don't know if I can remember that. But I do think that Super Mario World is a game that could have been a first game for many people to beat. Because I don't think it's too hard. It does get challenging sometimes, but it's not an impossible game, right? Especially considering how, in general, most games, either for Genesis, either for Master System, either for Super Nintendo, either for Atari, most games back in the day were super tough. So like Super Mario World was one of those few games that everybody or every casual player could beat for sure. No idea, I don't remember half the moves for a 4 times 4 times 4. I'm pretty good at the normal 3 times 3 times 3, but from what I remember that won't necessarily help him that much. You can do it, man. Just see how it goes, and maybe you can actually solve it soon, right? Not after a lot of time. But Ultras, are you still here? Because I also brought something that I want to show you. Because I'm pretty sure I talked about this in other streams, but I never really showed that to you. So now that I have my webcam back, maybe it's time. But first of all, let me show Emily what she missed yesterday. Okay, here we are with the full screen again. Emily, have you ever seen the fresh guava paste? Look at that beauty right there. I was even saying yesterday that you can see the seeds of it. Yeah, that's the guava paste. I posted some videos and pictures on Discord that my friend or my friend's mom was cooking for the first time. And then they cooked it a lot, so they offered me a little bit. I still have the little bit. Ultras is here. Okay, so let me show also what I got for lunch today. Because I have been talking about this, but I could not show a picture of it so far. So let me show you the thing, but I hope it doesn't drop on my table. But let's give it a shot. This is the mayo salad that I talk about so many times. You can see it has potatoes, carrots, herbs. Sometimes it has chayote, but I don't think this one has it. It has eggs as well. And that's what I'm eating tomorrow for lunch, but I also had that today. That's the mayo salad. It's freaking good. And then this one is going to be dangerous, but I hope it doesn't drop on my table. This is the famous farofa. There it goes, it's looking so nice. It has fried manioc powder, which is the farofa. It has herbs and eggs. It's a simple recipe of this one. Sometimes you can add some other things like sausage or bacon. But yes, this is the basic eggs farofa with some herbs. I also had that for lunch, and it's going to be eaten tomorrow. There we go! This actually worked out well and no tragedy happened. Okay, so let me get those things back to the fridge and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Wait, my voice and the picture, they are not synced? Is it too bad? That looks pretty tasty. Yes, I have been talking about those things for a while, but now you can finally see it in full HD, but not really full HD, but something that we can imagine it's close to that, right? Or at least at the best quality we can provide in here. We finally get to see it. Yes, I think you haven't seen it yet, right? That's how it looks. It's very powdery, crunchy as well. That one in particular from this restaurant, in my opinion, it's extremely savory. I eat that and then I need to drink something just after. I would rather like it more if it were not that savory, but it's normally somewhat savory, so I can't complain that much, right? It's a savory dish, but I just think they add a lot of salt to it. It's very freaking savory. Man, the mayo salad is super good. It's really good. My sister loves it. I did play the Scooby-Doo game. Yes, good call, Disney. There is the Super Nintendo one. Have you played that one? I gotta confess that I used to be very scared of it. And only recently, I'm not going to lie, only recently, like maybe last year or 2 years ago, I overcame my fear of one of the random encounters of that Scooby-Doo Super Nintendo game that I used to freak out. Like, he was like a werewolf that was white, and he showed up out of nowhere for no reason thanks to Arnie G, and he used to do some weird jumps on the screen, and he used to show up in the second level of that game, the haunted amusement park. I used to be so scared of him because not only of his looks, but also because he was one of the enemies that I never learned how to kill him. So if he shows up, I didn't know how to like face him directly. I had to run away. But 2 years ago, I overcame my fear of that guy and I looked at him again. But thanks to my sister bringing her back to discussion, because I just mentioned her. Thanks to my sister, I played the Scooby-Doo game with her, and then we kinda were able to beat it, the Super Nintendo game. But by my own, I probably would have given up, because I was too scared of it. And it blows my mind that my friend Draco West has the cartridge of that freaking game. He freaking has the cartridge and loves it too. I was thinking like, man, I can't believe you knew this game too. I thought it was only in my childhood. I didn't notice any sync issues until it was mentioned. Well, if it is like small, then I don't mind it that much, to be honest. What matters is that the audio volume, or like the quality, is somewhat good, and the camera is showing the images at a good rate too, right? Not like lagging or, I don't know, buffering or something. But if there is a little bit of audio sync, I think that's not too bad, because maybe the previous camera also had a little bit of audio sync as well. Yeah, it is a cold salad. Cold potato, onions. Interesting, this one doesn't have onions. Onions, mayo, some Dijon, some sweetness, maybe raisins, man. Oh my god, those raisins on that salad could be fantastic. I was not thinking like that. Shredded carrot, yeah, that one had carrot. And you could add some bacon. I can see it working well, yeah. And then chopped boiled eggs. Yes, so I could agree with you that it's a lot like this potato salad you were saying, because it has a lot of potato, but maybe here just have a different name. We just call it the mayo salad. Oh, you played the one that I'm talking about? Yes, that Scooby-Doo game for Super Nintendo, it's great. I don't know if you could beat it, but it only has 4 levels, so it's not a very long game. Let me see. Let's get 200 of offense and speed, right? You like onions in yours? Honestly, I don't know if I would like onions in that salad I showed you. I don't know how to think about that. Or what to think about that. I honestly think I wouldn't like it, but I can see myself adding raisins and bacon to it, yes. Onions, I'm not sure because I will give you the reason why. That salad I showed you, it doesn't get cooked. It's like you just chop the ingredients and mix them up. And I may not be the biggest fan of uncooked onions. I prefer them when they are fried, with some exceptions. For example, when you're having a burger or a vinaigrette sauce, then fine, I like the onions that way. And there we go, I got Elecmon, thank goodness. But in that salad, I don't know if I would like the raw onions to be there. If I'm going into the tournament today, I will see if I can get an ultimate. Yeah, if I get a good ultimate, I will try the tournament. By the way, which day is today in the game? Day 8. Yeah, so yeah. I wouldn't be able to get an Insectoid Digimon anyway. It's still too early for us to join the Insectoid tournament, so we gotta go for File Series tournament. You add beets in your salad too? I'm not a big fan of beets, right? But if I need to, I don't know, eat beets or something, I would rather have a beets juice, like mixed with lime juice or pineapple juice as well. Or passion fruit. Yeah, passion fruit, lime, or pineapple mixed with beets. Especially lime. Beets and lime juice is not too bad. But like eating beets by itself, I'm not a fan. It's too earthy. I don't like it. Oh, you played it but you could never beat it? Go back to it. Like, it's not a long game and today you can totally complete it for sure. Maybe someday I bring that up on this channel too, but I'm not gonna lie. Even though I have seen the freaking scary werewolf that made me go crazy as a kid, I still don't feel comfortable about that idea, but we could see if that can happen. Like, we could go for it maybe today. Okay, let me just close a pop out in here. There we go. So let me go back to the chart. I had Leomon and Bakemon. What haven't tried to do with an Elecmon? If only I could remember what I did to get Bakemon. But you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that I haven't done the defense path for this. Because Leomon to me sounds a lot like HP and attack. And Bakemon is more like magic and speed. I kinda wanna try the defense path. Either the defense path or the brains path. But I also think there is a chance that Bakemon could be involved in brains. So I'm kind of feeling like going for defense. You know what? I'll go for defense and brains. Why not? Let's try those two together. Oh, you are already solving it, man? You got a freaking parity issue, so 4 pieces are wrong, but the rest... Dude. Oh yes, if you could already get to that point, you are totally finishing that in like 10 minutes maybe? Good job. So, Victor and Outros, do you guys want to jump into this conversation about music once again? Or I could talk about food too. I have two things to bring up. One is about food, the other one is about music. Yeah, sure. Is Ultras here as well? Because I think you two would be the ones to be talking about it. Like, you two would be discussing about the list. Uh, let's go for defense. You're always up for music talk or food talk too, right? But sure, so I will bring that up. Some weeks ago, we were talking about a certain list of like best heavy metal guitarists out there. And this week I got to another list, but that list was not necessarily for heavy metal guitarists. It was just like guitarists in general. So I wrote it down, I wrote down the list, and some names in there were familiar to the other list too. But there are some new names as well, and then I would like to see if you guys agree with the list or if you disagree with the list. And if you also know the guitarists and if they do deserve a spot on that list. So, as I keep on training this Elecumon, I will also be talking about this list. Let me get my notebook in here. Yeah, there they are, the top 20 guitarists of all time. Not necessarily the heavy metal list we talked the last time. So, number 20, in their opinion, was Carlos Santana, which is a guitarist that I knew before. He has some very Latin sounding music mixed with guitar solos and stuff. So I was surprised to finally get a name in there that I know. So do you guys know him? Do you like him? It seems that he mixes Latin, jazz, and rock. You're always up for food talk too? Yeah, we also had a little bit of food talk already, right? Since I'm playing Digimon, I'm very into Pokemon. Actually, I'm a big Pokemon fan. I have never played a Digimon game before. This is my first one. But I kinda have played every Pokemon generation, but not Sword and Shield. But maybe someday, if I have the chance, I can also play Sword and Shield. And I have been playing a lot of Pokemon Go. As far as ranks, I don't know, but I will agree if they should be there. Yeah, Carlos Santana is good. There we go. So he deserves this spot then. And I do like his different take on music, right? Maybe he's not like better than other guitarists, but I appreciate how he does it differently. Like it's a very unique mix and a very unique style that he has. And that's very respectful. Yeah, respectful. You like to rank based on if they are good at what they do. Yeah, that's actually a very good way to look at it. If they are good at what they specifically do. Yeah, this guy, in my opinion, in mixing Latin and rock or jazz and, guitars, he's one of the names up there, in my opinion. So, number 19 was somebody called Mark Knopfler from Dire Straits. I know Dire Straits, so I do like that. They have that album. Is it Sultans of Time or something? I know it's about time. No, maybe I'm wrong about the name. I think I'm mixing the name of the album with the name of a song. They have a song that's called Sultans of Love, but the name of the album is something about time. And then I forgot the name of the album now, but I like that album that has this one song, Sultans of Love. Wait, yeah, Sultans of Love. Then it has The Walk of Life and Why Worry as well. Those are some of my favorite Dire Straits songs. Sultans of Swing? Okay, so never mind. Maybe I was on the right direction as well of like the name of the album. Although I could swear they had a Sultans of Love song or something. How is that song called? It's something like that. It's a very romantic and sexy song, by the way. I was thinking it was called Sultans of Love. I forgot how it's called. Sword and Shield, awesome, especially if you get the expansion pack with more storyline and Pokemon. Have you played that and did you like it? To be honest, I was very disappointed from what I have seen of it because where is my national Dex? And the game has some flaws. Like I don't know. They were saying that, oh yes, we sacrificed some Pokemon to be in the national Dex to improve the graphics of the game, and the game still has graphics flaws. And I also didn't think the plot was the most interesting one either. So actually Sword and Shield was not my favorite, even though I haven't played it myself. But besides Sword and Shield, I'm very excited for the upcoming games. Pokemon Shining, Shining Pearl, and Brilliant Diamond, and also the Pokemon Legends Arceus. I think that game is going to mind blow us all because it's coming in a new way or in a new different take for Pokemon games with like only open world and then that's it. Let's go Zelda Breath of the Wild in here. So I'm very excited for that. But Sword and Shield was a disappointment. Like even not playing it, or even if I didn't play it, I couldn't get excited for it. My favorite Pokemon games are Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Platinum. Yeah, those are my two favorite generations. But if I had to pick a third game, I would put Pokemon Y. Even though Pokemon Y or Pokemon X and Y had some problems that I can totally agree with people, like it's an easy game or the villain is not that great. I agree with all of that, but the multiplayer feature plus the 3D graphics they introduced for the first time, or like that beautiful looking, it was like mind blown to me. I played that game the heck of my free time, so I had a blast with Pokemon Y. But I do agree the plot was not that awesome or that the villain was lame. It was a very easy game as well, but the multiplayer was so fun. And the graphics, like the first time you could see the Pokemon in a full 3D model, it was fantastic. You guys didn't get the song I was saying? What if it's called Sultans of Swing actually? Maybe it's both the name of the song and the name of the album. I feel bad because you didn't finish Sword and Shield. Was it because you didn't like it, Emily, or because you got busy or something? I am excited for the new games as well. I did feel a bit strange when I saw the remakes, but to be honest, I felt strange. It's something complicated for me to explain, but I will try. You know when you are already expecting something to disappoint you, that when it doesn't disappoint you, you kind of feel out of a reaction. Does that make any sense? Because the Pokemon Company is like very well known to disappoint us all, right? So I was already feeling or expecting the worst. Like, yeah, they're going to mess this up. It's going to be a Let's Go Pokemon Diamond or something, and then I'm not going to like it. I was with very low hopes for the remakes of Diamond and Pearl. So I was like, let me see how they are going to make me sad this time. And then, no, the game was like very loyal to the original, like extremely loyal. Even on the art direction, I thought it was loyal because they kind of stepped back on the direction of graphics they were going to like give us something more chibi or retro looking. But I was out of a reaction because that was not what I was really expecting from them, especially because they were not disappointing me. So I know it's craziness, but I'm like kinda upset that they did not disappoint me or something. That makes no sense. But yes, they got me out by surprise because they gave me what I kinda wanted, but that's not what I was expecting anymore from them. But it's looking good. Like I think it's going to be a good remake. Maybe they can adjust some things like refine the graphics a little bit. But regarding the direction and the style and being loyal to the originals, I can't complain. That's what a remake should be, right? And then if they want to work on something else or something new, then give us Pokemon Arceus or Pokemon Legend Arceus. They actually, that I think was one of their best directs, like one of the best Pokemon directs I have seen, even if I was out of a reaction. Because they were showing me things I was not really expecting or not in the way they were presenting it. I was already expecting disappointment. And I can't say I was disappointed from the games. I was disappointed to not be disappointed, if that makes any crazy sense. I should go visit my therapist. But yeah, that's how I felt about it. But it's good, like both games are looking good, they just need to refine them. Because there are problems in the graphics, especially in the Arceus game. But I can't complain, the remake looks exactly like a remake. Let me catch up with the chat again. Sultans of Swing is upbeat. Maybe it is the name of the song too then. So Emily did lose the interest. Yes, Emily, I don't know. After the National Dex news and they announced the DLCs too, because I don't know. That game could have been so much more, you know? And the plot also didn't get me either, so... But you know what I'm loving about this generation? The anime. I'm actually going to watch the weekly episode, this week's episode of Pokemon after the stream, because I forgot to do that yesterday. I have been loving the Pokemon anime right now, Pokemon Journeys. But the games... I'm more excited for Pokemon Snap, the remix of Gen 4, and this Arceus new game. I really hope they just make the graphics better. I hope they refine them. But the art direction or the style they are going for, I'm down for it. Like, I don't mind the chibi, I don't like the... Or I don't mind the... you know, it looking a lot like the original. I think that's how it should be, even if it doesn't look too different from the original. It just needs to be refined, in my opinion. Usually when I think I will be disappointed, I always am. Yeah, this time I was not, to be honest, but I was with like zero hopes of expecting something that's not disappointing, and then I couldn't really feel excited, you know, because my... not predictions, but expectations already ruined my excitement. Basically, that's what happened. So when they showed me something really good, I was out of excitement. I was like, really? They are not disappointing me? I felt like that. I hope they don't disappoint me again, like they don't disappoint me later when they show us more of the games. But so far it's looking good. I remember one time I went into a movie blind thinking I wouldn't like it. You know, the last time I can remember that happened to me when I was watching the Captain America movies. I was expecting those movies to be empty, to be only about action, you know, to be one of those blockbusters that don't add anything to you. I was surprised. I did enjoy the character. I thought they had a little bit more than just the action to offer. I don't know, I ended up liking those movies, Captain America movies, a lot. And I was only watching them so I could get ready to watch the Ultimate Endgame movie, because everybody was hyped and talking about it. But yeah, I did like those Captain America movies. But you had a thought with a buddy in high school where you'd go to see lots of movies together, so that was his suggestion and you just said yeah. That also happened to me when I started studying German. I had like no expectations for German, or no interest for German learning either, but some friends were starting to, they were like starting the idea of studying German, and I was like, sure, put me in. And then in the end, I stayed learning German for longer than those friends, right? Sometimes when you don't have any expectations, it's the best. And then it ends up being in your favorite movie list. You need a therapist, Emily, everybody. But thankfully I was kinda able to learn a lot about myself and how my brain works, or how I behave to things, that as the pandemic started, I could be, let's say, alright about not continuing the sessions with the therapist. But also because I even told you this yesterday, that I kind of found other ways of, let's say, having a therapy, mostly thanks to some tarot readings or checking the horoscope with tarot readings. Even though it's like something very generic that it's probably some made up things and stuff, I think what matters is how you feel about it, more than like if it makes sense or not, and if you can find peace of mind or something good out of it. And I have been able to do that. Like I watch the videos about the tarot readings, and they do have messages to add to me. Maybe they will be fitting my life or not. It's fine. Most of times they do match with something that I'm going on, but it depends. But what matters is how I feel about it, and it makes me more chill. It makes me feel more relaxed. It makes me to stop and think about my life, which is something close that you do when you go to a therapy session. So it's been a good replacement. It's not the same, but after everything I have had and learned and progressed towards the therapy sessions, this has been a good, let's say, self-therapy that I have been taking or giving myself for this time. I'm giving up on the parity issue, so now it's Google to the... Oh, come on, Victor, you're Googling it, man? You are only an hour trying it. Come on. Anyway, I need to continue the list here, right? Oh, you got it? But because of Google? You have low expectations for the Mortal Kombat movie, really? Because I have seen everybody very hyped for it. I was not very excited, but I'm also not disappointed. So I kind of think it's going to give us a good movie in the end. Maybe it's not going to be like, oh my god, best movie I have watched in my life, but it may be a very fair and loyal movie to the franchise. You did a canoe trip along this river about 15 years ago, and you have been trying to plan to do it again, but you're not having much luck. It looks like your run-of-the-mill action movie from the 2005. But then, once again, what could you expect from a Mortal Kombat movie, you know? Like, it's going to be what it is. You can't go too far from that. It's not going to have... Oh, this right here reminds me of the Lord of the Rings, to be honest, Ultras. There is a scene there crossing the river. It's just like the Lord of the Rings. You can't expect much from a Mortal Kombat movie either, man. It's going to be the same formula, the same idea of like, oh yeah, we have a tournament, and then all of those possessed and strong people, let's bring them up together to fight for the destiny of the world. It's going to be as simple as that. So as long as the characters look like the real people or the real video game characters, it's okay by me. Come on, I'm used to solving Rubik cubes in like 35 seconds, and then in that time I can also give you the first 30 numbers of the pi number. Because I'm Victor, you know, that's what I do. Come on, Victor. If you could solve Rubik cubes in 35 seconds, why did you need to look at Google? No, keep it trying, keep it going, don't give up. Anything past 5 minutes feels like forever. Oh my god, you guys are impatient. Ultras was impatient today too, like, I'm going to reset this game because I mess it up. No, take it chill, take it easy. I think it's more criticism from their approach to directing versus the content and plot. Wait, what? But their approach is, isn't it like the games? Like, I was thinking they were approaching it like the games, are they not? Anyway, let me give you guys the next name on the list. The next one, number 18, is Billy Gibbons. Have you heard of Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top? I have never heard of that guy. You don't like how action movies are filmed now? And how they do special effects? Really? Well, the visual effects I remember watching on that trailer, I don't know, I thought they were okay. They were not like bad CGI, you know? I don't know, I couldn't complain about it. So you have heard of him, but you're not sure why he's on the list. Maybe he's not that great then. Oh yeah, this list is about iconic and influential people. So maybe if they are not the best, they were iconic or influential somehow. But Victor thinks he's a legend, so there he goes. He's overrated though? Okay, so he's overrated though. Number 17 was... Oh yes, this is a Swedish name. Here we go, Swedish time again. Maybe someday I can be fluent in Swedish, because I have learned some couple things. I learned football, I learned fartful, I learned Olga for Olga, and I learned the other word yesterday. How is it again? Skan. No, wait, no, it's Skane. Skane. Yeah, I'm little by little becoming a Swedish person. But here comes another one. Yngwie Malmsteen? Is that close to how he's called? Yngwie Malmsteen. Maybe I'm actually getting his first name wrong. I'm not sure if that's how he's called. But I think he's Swedish. That's the one. Yes, Yngwie Malmsteen. Not sure how great he is, but he's in here in number 17. Oh, you guys knew him beforehand. Yes, you guys, you knew him. Yngwie Malmsteen. That's how they say it internationally, but I'm wrong, right? Because I do think they pronounced his first name differently. Yngwie Malmsteen, maybe. Maybe if I go for that approach, I get closer. He's good and you think he deserves a spot? There he goes then. Yeah, if you just read his name in here like this, it sounds like Yngwie, right? But maybe it's Yngwie. Yngwie Malmsteen. He's one of the best, one of your big inspirations. There we go. Speaking of your inspirations, I think there is a name in here you may like a lot. But I can be wrong though, but hopefully I'm not. Oh, I think I'm wrong though. Yes, I'm wrong. Yes, I just remember the real name, but we'll get there. The next one is Prince. I actually learned that Prince was a guitarist because I had no freaking idea. To me, he was just a singer. But even as a singer, I admit that I don't know much about Prince. But he's on the list. He's at number 16. As an artist who plays guitar, he's a legend. Prince? I actually never knew he was a crazy guitarist. But I don't know so much why he would be on a guitar player list, you know. I remember that video was saying that they don't necessarily need to be like heavy, crazy, intense rock songs guitarist, you know, maybe he's in here more for melodies and ballads and, you know, those things. But again, I didn't know he was a guitarist at first. I thought he was just a singer. So in Sweden we say Yngwie, sort of like you said it, but Yngwie himself would say it the international way. I see. So Yngwie is how he calls himself, but Yngwie is kind of more Swedish-like. I get that. I didn't know. Yes, I didn't know he played guitar. And then this one is a name that we talked about before, and if I'm not mistaken, you guys kind of didn't like him. But I'm talking about Dimebag Daniel maybe, from Pantera. I remember that name from before, and I think you guys were roasting him like crazy. But he's in here, number 15. Daryl? Oh yeah, it's a double R. My writing felt like it was an N. Wait. Actually, I'm not going to show that because it's going to spoil the rest of the list, but my letter in here looked like an N instead of double R. So it's Dimebag Darrell. I don't know, he's not good. Like, he's very run of the mill. He didn't do anything special. So I was right when you guys said that he's overrated. And you didn't like him that much. I don't think he would have nearly half the hype had he... Wait, I got confused in there. I don't think he would have nearly half the hype had he... Oh my god. Is that a tongue twister? Half the hype had he still been around. Jesus. Don't ever say that again, Ultras. Left behind some cool riffs. And then Victor doesn't like him. Yes, I do remember you guys were roasting him last time. He's a good player, but you don't like his music that much, and you hate that he turned to like 432 hertz. He's overrated as a lead player, but his rhythm work was amazing though. Well, let's move on to the next. Oh yeah, this is the one that I was thinking, oh, Victor knows this guy and he's amazing, but I think I was mistaken. I'm talking about Pete Townshend, but I think the guy that Victor likes is like Devon Townshend or something. So when I first heard this name, I was thinking, it's the Victor guy, it's the guy Victor likes, and then no, it's not. It's Devon Townshend or something. It's not Pete Townshend, because Pete Townshend is from The Who, and it seems that he is iconic because of his stage presence. Yes, that's the guy Victor likes, Devil Townshend. I said devil, right? Not devil, Devon. I don't know, maybe the guy is evil too, but Devon Townshend. You don't know about this guy, really? Pete Townshend. Devin is good at what he does. I'm just not into it. I mean, I'm talking about Pete though. Devin is the Victor, like, idol. Victor loves that guy. But then Pete. It's Townshend actually, or Townshend. He has done good stuff too, but he's not too amazing. What about his stage presence? I wrote down in here that he was remarkable because of his stage presence, like he was energetic and things like that. I haven't heard the song, but I don't know why, just haven't yet. So I got to 200 of defense. Let me go for 200 of brains. Not sure, I don't recall that being something he's known for, but I'm also not into The Who. Okay, so maybe he's not that amazing then. The next one is Brian May from the Queen, or from Queen, right? I can kinda get why you're not into Devin, his music is not for everybody. I remember listening to some of those songs, you sent them to me, right, Victor? He had a lot of theatrical music. There were even some songs with chorus, like people singing like chants or chanting or something. I remember you showing them to me in the past, right? I hope I'm remembering that right. But they were very theatrical, like very something around those lines. I just hadn't been hooked on anything I heard. Brian May for sure, yeah, I would say he deserves a spot. Written some wonderful work. And then Pete Townshend stage presence has been influential for... Okay, so maybe that's why he's in here. And then Brian May is fantastic, and that's correct. Okay, so at least I could remember the style of Devlin Townsend. And then for number 12, we have Frank Zappa. It's a name I have heard before, but I don't know much about his music. Frank Zappa. Devin loves his scores or coars. It's such a weird word. And stuff. Wait, I'm even saying it wrong, isn't it? Isn't it like core? Man, I need to get my translator again. Give me a second. That's one of those words that they are never pronounced the way you think they are. Isn't it like choir or something? Choir. It is like that. So at the last second I remembered it. Choir. It's choir. Okay, so thank goodness I checked it because I was not going on that direction. But that's one of those very tricky words. Wait, is my webcam... No, it's not. It's okay. Devin loves his choirs and stuff. Some of his music is quite dramatic and cinematic. So Zappa is good. I'm not a fan really, but I can see why he's in there. Zappa's cool. He always had better guitar players in his band, but no one is creative like he was. That's interesting. I like creative people. Number 11 was Tony Iommi from Black Sabbath. That's also another name we talked before, I remember that name. His music is definitely not for everybody, like most of the musicians on this list, right? But you can clearly hear that it's done by someone who's on such a genius level, it's insane. But that said, you're not a massive fan. Tony almost automatically deserves a spot on that list. There he goes. That's no question. He made the guitar a dark instrument. He invented the sound of heavy metal, really. That's impressive for sure. So Black Sabbath was one of the first heavy metal bands. Then number 10 goes for Ritchie Blackmore from Deep Purple. I'm not sure how's the Deep Purple music, but I would guess it's one of those love metal bands. That's the impression I get from it. He's a great player too. You love Blackmore? I may know at least one of Deep Purple riffs. I think so, because it is indeed a famous band, but I just can't name it. But maybe if you guys give me names of songs, I do know. Yeah, so yeah, sure. I also think I will know. Smoke on the Water, for example, that's a familiar name, although I cannot remember the song or the melody. But yeah, that name sounds familiar. I will give it a guess in here, although I don't know which band plays this. There is a riff that's like bum 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 ba bum 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 ba. Is it Deep Purple? I don't know why I got that resonating in my brain right now. No idea who plays that, but I'm guessing that's that. That's the one? There we go. Okay, so my brain worked properly right now. So there we go, I got the riff. That's the smoke on the water. Good job me, right? Let me tap myself. GG. I can send you a few Deep Purple and Rainbow tracks. Like Rainbow tracks? You have definitely heard his riffs? Well, that one for sure then. I don't know if I could remember another one though. Number 9 is BB King. I also don't know much about BB King, but he's freaking famous, so I think he deserves that. Like, beyond that famous riff, it's a great song. Bless BB King, he for sure was amazing. Yeah, he plays blues, right? Yeah, he's in number 9 in here. And then in number 8, it's another familiar name from the previous list. It is Randy Rhoads from Ozzy Osbourne. And if I'm correct, you guys liked him. I kind of remember you liked his work as well. BB King is another one of your all-time favorites, arguably one of the most iconic black guitarists, especially being from that dark time in history. Yeah, BB King is pretty famous, but sadly I don't know much about blues or even jazz actually. He's the very definition of what blues sound like. And then Randy Rhoads, yes, I do remember you guys were hyped for him. So next is Eric Clapton. That's a name that my father likes. Yeah, Eric Clapton in number 7. Wait, I was training speed. I probably just jinxed this. I was saying, let's train brains and defense. And here I am training speed. Oh my god, please still give me a good champion. Clapton should be here as well. He has done some good stuff, but really freaking overrated. Oh yeah? I actually was expecting you guys to say something like, I don't know, Clapton is just famous but he's not that great or something. I'm actually surprised you guys are like, yeah, give him that, or let's go, you know. I was expecting the opposite reaction. Maybe I should listen to more of Eric Clapton thanks to my dad, because my dad loves him. Then number 6 is Stevie Ray Vaughan. Hopefully I'm saying his name right. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Lila is one of your favorite riffs. You hold him to high regard just for that, and you don't disagree with overrated. He's more famous than he's good in your opinion. Yeah, he's indeed very famous. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan as well. People love him, but you're not big on him. But you get why he's in here. Victor likes him more than Clapton, but I think he's a bit overrated as well. Does he play in any bands? Or is he known as his solo career or something? but he's very good. No, no, no. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan or Vaughan, right? Stevie Ray Vaughan. More known for solo, but he was in Cream. And Stevie is a solo guy. Interesting that I never heard of him. Well, number 5 is it's Keith Richards. Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones. Well, Rolling Stones is also freaking famous, but I admit again that I haven't heard a lot of Rolling Stones. By Ultra's reactions, I think that he disagrees. Like he popularized blues during the 80s. I think he's on that list just because he doesn't die. Really? How old is he? You like the Stones? I say more famous songs, but not really known by their riffs. Stones are sing-along songs. Is that song Start Me Up by them? Or am I mistaken? I think it's by them, isn't it? So there aren't many guitar riff famous songs. But you saw them in 2019 with our mom, that's like yesterday. So they're still in tour or on tour? Oh yeah, Satisfaction as well, right? That's a famous guitar riff. Dun 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 dun. I don't know Gimme Shelter though. Wait, how is that other song? Isn't there a song that's like, pleased to meet you? Na 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 no. Da, na. I don't know, I just got that right now. It's a part of, I think, the chorus. Isn't it by the Rolling Stones as well? But then I don't remember the lyrics. That's the one. Yes, as soon as I read the title for it, yes, it's totally Sympathy for the Devil. That's true. And you know why I don't know that song though? It's because it used to be in a soap opera's opening here in Brazil. I did not watch the soap opera, but it was a remarkable song for that soap opera, and it got popular or famous. And now I kind of felt like, isn't that song from the Rolling Stones or something? So I was right. So it was Canada Day, they love Toronto, they played about an hour and a half from Toronto outdoors, and then you got tickets with your mom in the seats. They never stop, it's been a running joke since before you were born. Man, they gotta be at like the 60s or something now? It's a shot away, it's just a shot away. By the way, to leave the parking lot, it took people like literally 5+ hours. I mean, I have been to rave parties here in Rio, and it took me like 3+ hours to leave the area because of traffic. So I can relate to that. One car, because of one car that broke the path of travel in the field and literally gridlocked about 5,000 cars or something, man. At least I imagine that people wouldn't get as tired in a Rolling Stones concert than in a rave party. So even if it's like waiting for 5 hours, it's better than getting wasted in a rave party and then having to wait in traffic, right? And then you woke up at 4 a.m. and looked at the Facebook event page and people were like, it's still in my car! I hope you guys didn't feel like hungry or thirsty or in need to go to the bathroom or something, because that's the worst. Keith Richards is 77. Jesus, he's 77? He's not at the 60s. And he's still rocking out. I mean, I appreciate their energy for still being playing around, right? That's insane. Well, so number 4 is David Gilmour from Pink Floyd. Okay, I know Pink Floyd. It's a big band for sure. Best thing is for you to watch The Wizard of Oz with The Dark Side of the Moon. Highly recommended. Wait, there is a picture of you guys in the show? Look at that! I love how there is a random school bus crossing the street right there. But aren't you guys copying the US? Because I thought that school buses like that were only in the US. To be honest, this looks a bit like a rave party, not gonna lie. Regarding the amount of people and stuff, the visual effects too. But it's funny that there are people in a how is that called in English? People that are not on the floor level, people that got seats and are on the very back of the show. And then there is that area right there. How is that called in English? People that got seats, but like maybe there is a better name for that. Where people cheer for soccer teams or, things like that. How is that called in English? Stands. Okay, it's the stands. It's funny that people went for the stands. Like, aren't they too far from the concert or from the stage? I mean, if the stands were closer, then fine, but in my opinion, they were very far away. So you also have the yellow buses. Good old David Gilmour, pure awesomeness. Wait, awesomeness. There we go. But Ultras is not a Pink Floyd lover. He understands their spot in history and 100% deserved. But he doesn't think that he would ever put a song of theirs on by choice. So freaking musical, it's insane. And they were probably bringing in fans for the show or whatever. Those can be called as bleachers as well? Really? Wait, you guys were there, but isn't it too far away? Oh, because your mom is 5 inches tall and she had to stand up on the grass around tall, drunk, disgusting humans she would have probably ripped. I mean, I understand it could be more reserved, but I don't know, I would rather have closer stands to the concert stage. I felt it was very far away. So we got the seats, which were sort of far, yeah, but the big screens really helped. But then the big screens are for television, like I would like to see the musician in person. But Victor absolutely loves Pink Floyd. I don't know if you have seen it, Victor, but I post a picture in one of the episodes of Pokemon that I have been watching that they referenced Pink Floyd by using Psyduck. So I post that in the beautiful and wholesome channel of the Discord. I loved it. You see the Psyduck reference with Pink Floyd that was in the episode. Oh yeah, there was also the day that I talked about how in the official Breath of the Wild, Last of Zelda Breath of the Wild manga, there was like a unused art for Ganondorf wearing a Metallica shirt. I also post that picture on that same channel. Beautiful and wholesome. So those two crazy references of metal bands, they are on that channel. It looks far, but it wasn't, and you guys enjoyed it. That's what matters. It would have not worked with your mom otherwise, because you had to have the seats. She has claustrophobia. Yeah, getting in the middle of so many people and then drunk and crazy people, it's totally uncomfortable. I just wish that the stands were somewhat closer. She can't go on a crowded elevator, really? Okay, so let me go for the next name. Because in number 3 we have Eddie Van Halen, which is another name we mentioned in the previous talk, right? So she'll get off even if it's not her floor, if there is like too many people. Yes, right, Victor? The dark side. Side. Side up of the moon. I loved it too. It was an episode all about Psyduck. It was a very good episode because it was written by one of the Pokemon writers or Pokemon episodes writers that have been or that has been famous for debating or being troll in the course of the episode. So every episode this woman has been writing right now in the Pokemon anime has been super funny or super misleading. Like you expect something to happen and then it goes on the opposite direction with some crazy plot twists. They have been very unpredictable, pretty much. So it was like a love story about this character that uh, was having like a bad day, and then there was this guy that owned a Psyduck that wore a scarf, and then they met this woman that was super sad and she was saturated with her work. She was like having a burnout, and they comforted her. Like the Psyduck gave her the scarf, and then she was like, "Oh my God, thank you so much for making my day much better" or something. And she never forgot that Psyduck and that guy as well, and they took a picture together. And since then, she became a crazy Psyduck addict. And then she started buying all sorts of Psyduck products, like in that picture that there is that CD. And the episode is all about trying to reunite those two characters. Witchery, thank you for the follow. How are you? But the twist is that in the end, the woman was not interested in the guy. The woman was in love for the Psyduck. So everybody, all of her friends were like trying to, let's find the guy because they are a couple, they should be together and everything. No! When they finally met up, the woman was like, Psyduck, I love you so crazy. And then the boy was ignored and left behind and bye. You know, so it was a fantastic episode with like misleading plot. And the references with the Psyduck products like that one were fantastic. So it was super funny. Van Halen almost reinvented the instrument, so he was amazing. That said, I'm not a huge Van Halen fan though, but he was iconic, so probably that's why he's in here. Still a great band with awesome musicianship. Yes, the episode was super funny, and I loved the Psyduck products. But number 1 on this list, oh never mind, I'm missing 2 names. Number 2 actually is Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin. And one thing I wrote in here is that he was amazing because he plays guitar by using a cello bow? How's that? But yeah, they put him in number second, or in number 2, right? Jimmy Page. Ultras is reacting in a weird way. Maybe he disagrees hard. Wait, that's the most overrated guitarist? Is it because he plays the guitar by using a cello bow? But he's not like that amazing or something? Well, let's jump into number 1 then. Do you guys want to try guessing who's the number 1? Out of all of those names? I think he did that once. Once? Okay, if he did that once, then it doesn't count like, I don't know, a great ability of his, right? I was thinking after watching that video that he used to play guitar like that, like many times. You're cool, I'm going to watch them all to watch the VODs, but thank you for that then. I can try and guess a few, go for it. No one said Kirk Hammett, but I don't know if he would be in here or not. And then Eddie Van Halen once said that Jimmy Page plays like a 5-year with a broken hand. A broken hand? I don't think it will be someone like Joe Satch or Paul Gilbert. No, yeah, those names are not it. Keep on trying. And you Elecmon, keep on training because you gotta become a new champion, please. Finally, I have been waiting for this for so long. It gotta be today. Although I messed up a little bit on this training, right? Is that a bot? Maybe that's a bot, you know what? It sounds a lot like a bot. It should be someone like Satch or Vi. No? I will say that this first name, or this number 1, is someone from the past. It's not like a recent or modern guitarist. Oh, you know it isn't them? Yeah. Although it's Steve Vai, I have heard that name before. Oh my god, Victor! Yes, Victor got it. It's Jimi Hendrix, correct. That's, yep. That's number 1. Victor was like spot on. Kiko? Who was Kiko again? Kiko was the guy that passed away, right? But it's Jimi Hendrix, yeah, that's number 1 in this list. Sure, you like him? There we go. I mean, once again, I don't know the songs, the works, or... I know the impact, because he's freaking a legend according to popular culture, but I also don't know the songs, or... Maybe it's the same idea of Deep Purple then, that, oh, you may have heard the riffs, but you don't know you have heard them or you know them. But I can't, like, mention a song right now, you know? Or name a song. Wait, so how was the guy that passed away called then? But Kiko is the Brazilian guy that played in Inangra, or Inangra, right? Inangra and then Megadeth. And Kiko to you is the best? He was good and revolutionary, but far from being the best. He wasn't even the best of his contemporaries, but he was good and became an icon, especially after he died young. Yes, I was with the feeling that he died young, maybe because of drugs, I think. But I can be wrong, maybe it was like an accident or a health issue. The thing about Kiko is that his fingers move so little yet so... Oh! Yeah, the guy was not Kiko then, it was Alexi, that's true. Alexi passed quite recently. Yeah, that's the name I was forgetting then. I knew it was a different name, and then I thought it was Kiko. Yeah, Alexi Laiho, yeah. I only know that because of Victor. But I was for some reason thinking now it was Kiko. But you know what? I think that after reading all of that list, I think we got to more agreements this time than in the other heavy metal guitarists list, right? I think most of the names in here, like 70 or 75% of the names, you guys were like, yeah, this guy deserves the spot, or I can see it happening, or I could agree with that. So that was not too bad. I'm actually surprised it worked out quite well. Let me turn off my air conditioner a little bit. So Kiko is the best guitarist Megadeth has had since Marty, no doubt. And then Alexi was amazing, one of your all-time heroes. But you think it's a stellar list? No one really surprised you per se? I mean, Prince surprised me a lot, because I would expect Prince to be in a pop list or something. Prince is a name that I would not expect to see on this list. Maybe the other ones, yeah, like, I forgot about this guy, but he's great or something, but Prince? Oh! I kinda even don't wanna look at this. No, are you kidding me? Why is that? Another Leomon, come on. He still has another evolution though, but I cannot believe you went all the way for another Leomon. My favorite Subber, maybe my new favorite after Tyrannomon. I have no idea why I just wrote my and not... Wait, what? Oh, my with like with like a uppercase M. I'm surprised that Hammett wasn't on that list, but maybe I'm not. I'm surprised I'm getting another repeated Digimon. Isn't it great? Man, so Leomon is... Leomon is about defense and brains? Oh, Victor is actually glad he wasn't on this list? Really? Is he a band player? Does he play in a band? I'm now feeling so disappointed that I'm getting a Leomon. So he can become Andromon. In case he turns into Andromon, I still have one thing to do with Andromon, so that wouldn't be a waste. But if I want to try turning him into something that's not an Andromon, I remember that Andromon was kind of very well balanced, like offense, defense, speed, and brains were all kind of around 400. But maybe I could go for like only a single stat or something and boost that like crazy. I'm glad that Hammett wasn't on the list. Hammett is the guitarist for... Okay, so he's in a band. For Metallica. Yeah, you guys don't like Metallica, right? He's one of the two members that suck in that band. Also, hello, Llama, welcome. He has high priority. Yeah, maybe that's why we're getting him, right? Maybe he's the, let's say, best evolution for Elecmon. I see, yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense that this could be the highest priority evolution for Elecmon. That's so sad though, because Leomon is not a Digimon that we struggle to get. We even won a lot of... Do I still have them? Yes, we have some flaming mains. I even think I have more than two in my inventory or in my bank actually. So that's not a Digimon that I'm struggling to get, you know? But I think this happened because of my mistake of training more of his brains when I really wanted to wait, never mind. Training more of his speed when I wanted to train his brains. There was a moment that I was distracted and I was training his speed when I was actually planning to train his brains. And then maybe that's what changed the results in here. I'm not sure. But anyway, that's what we got. I will try something crazy this time because I think we have tried, I don't know, normal paths for Leomon before because we got him so many times. And my idea for me to go like in a crazier way this time is for me to focus on a single thing. And I'm kinda thinking about going for defense because it's already very high. But maybe I could go defense, HP, and MP. I think I will try that. He never really hit a high point to begin with. But Metallica has a few good songs, but they have never been amazing in any way. Although Ultros is a fan, but he thinks of them as their own thing. If you try to compare them to any other metal band, they are almost worse in every way, but it's hard to describe. To me, that's sounding like commercial metal band. They're just their own thing. I actually listen to 90s Metallica Load and Reload the most. Are those the name of the albums? But all of their stuff you like. Maybe they are the metal band that got commercial. That's why they may be worse than the other bands, but they somehow still get to you. Because if they are commercial, they probably will get to many people. Because that's what commercial songs do, right? They will like get to many tastes or many people. They are commercial, but also sort of not. Because you never really hear any other band like theirs that gets that much airtime. Wait, what? But that sounds that they are commercial even more now to me, because if they are getting all of the other bands' time, They are very commercialized. I would say that if they were commercial, you would hear a lot of other metal bands like them, but you don't. Okay, so maybe they are commercial, but they are not influential. They don't influence other bands. But that doesn't mean they are not commercial. But it's a bit strange, yeah. But they are influential? Okay, I'm not getting this. If other bands don't play like them, how can they be influential? Maybe on strategies to how to become commercial, but then don't do what I do, or how do they say? Uh, do what I say, don't do what I do. Is that what happens? They're the only truly commercial metal band you are saying? There are many bands that try to sound like them. Wait, so they are influential? Yeah, they are influential. I get in trouble for this, but I think without them existing the genre... Really? They are the only bands that gets that high airtime. So they are like the metal band that's going to introduce metal to people? And then people go ahead and listen to other metal bands and then they end up finding their favorite? It's just sort of like AC/DC. They define a sound that everyone copies to a degree, but if what copies? If it get copied too much, they will never get too far and only being seen as a ripoff. But don't everybody know that they are copying Metallica? So how could they see that Metallica is a ripoff or something? So Metallica has spawned the genre. There are still little kids who wear Metallica songs. Freaking Ganondorf is wearing a Metallica shirt in the Breath of the Wild uh, unofficial art. I wouldn't say that metal would be different without Metallica. It would be different without Dave Mustaine. Who's Dave Mustaine? You see a cover band with 60-year-old farts, they are playing Metallica. Maybe it's because everybody knows their songs. Even if they... You know those bands or those songs that are cheesy good? They may not be the best songs, but everybody loves it anyway. Maybe because they are cheesy or something. Maybe Metallica is the cheesy metal band. If we're talking like from a historical standpoint, yeah, because he was in the band and got them going. But something like the Black Album, he had nothing to do with that, and that album is still going as if it came out yesterday. So Dave Mustaine created that whole style. And then there was the new wave of bands like Slipknot and Sold, or System of a Down, and all of them American bands all notched that album. I'm guessing that Metallica is like a mix of a commercial band, a cheesy band, and even a meme. So maybe that's how you could describe Metallica in 3 words. A meme, commercial, and cheesy. But I don't mean that on a very bad way. I mean that on both sides ways. Like, it can be good, and it can also be bad. 3 out of the big 4 of that style has a connection to Mustaine. the band that doesn't have that connection sounds way different. They for sure, it was like the guitar became part of the percussion. You know a list that I need Watch Mojo to give me so I can talk about it in the future here and also learn more about the musicians? I don't want to hear about the guitarists. I want to hear about the bass players because I freaking love bass more than guitars. So I'm waiting for them to give me a top 20, top 10, top influential or whatever best bass players ever. Can't wait for that list to happen. And then we'll be talking. And then I'll be learning a lot too because I don't know about many bass guitars or bass guitars players, but I'm excited for that list when it comes. More than guitars. But I find how they are so commercial yet not, because there isn't anyone else that sounds like them that commercial. Someone like Rihanna has a bunch of other female artists that sound like her. And whatever else is on the radio now, you can tell them apart, but you know when you hear Metallica. I do agree that bass is important and it's underrated. Yes, so I'm waiting for the list to show up soon because I want to learn more about great bass players or I want to listen to more great bass riffs. I can give you a top something list if you want. Save that for when I get the, let's say, popular list and then we can compare it to a more in-depth Victor perception of that, right? Let's save that for when I get the commercial list or the pop culture list. But I'm still surprised this one last list kinda got to a 75% of agreement with you too, instead of being completely BS. So have you been trying out the Rubik Cube? Are you still working on that now? The times 5 times 5? Have you been progressing on it during this whole talk? I also have another listing here, but maybe could talk about it other day or something. It's like a food talk. Oh, you are, but it's going slowly. Do you know how many Rubik Cubes do you have? Hi X5, how are you? Oh yes! Did somebody call me? Well, Victor has been working on you then, because he's working on a Rubik Cube of 5 times 5 times 5. So I guess that counts, right? Also, how are you, man? Like 10 or so, I think. Oh my god, it's a lot. But Victor, do you play many puzzle games? Like in video games? Do you like other things like Sudoku? Maybe chess? Tetris? I would guess you like Tetris. Ultras loves Tetris. But not really? I'm doing good, how about you? Me too, man. I'm doing alright. Oh yes, the cam is back and I think it now has a better quality. But yes, with now the return of the cam, we can decide on a day for us to beat the game. It won't be the end of the playthrough because I still want to get those objectives done, but I now can go after the final boss. Maybe, I don't know, in some weeks? I like Rubik's Cubes because they keep your hands occupied. So it's more than puzzle solving, it's also like a muscle distraction. I can relate to that because if there is something that I miss doing is like breeding eggs on Pokemon games. Because I used to love to breed Pokemon and then be hatching those eggs. And I used to like doing that while watching TV or Netflix or something. And now that my 3DS is kinda bad, I can't be doing that anymore. But I think it's what you said regarding keeping your hands occupied while you're, I don't know, doing something else, you know? And I used to be there like super relaxed, going back and forth until I could hatch an egg. Maybe that feeling is a bit like the one you have when you're solving a Rubik puzzle. Well, now I have been playing Pokemon Go, and even though it's still Pokemon, you kinda need to pay a little bit more of attention to Pokemon Go because of capturing the Pokemon you find. It's not like hatching the egg that you don't really need to be looking at it or something. But Pokemon Go has been my new keep my hands occupied distraction, you know. But hatching the eggs is much better. And it stimulates the brain slightly without demanding any real focus. Honestly, if I were solving the Rubik Cube, I think I would be focusing at it because I wouldn't know where to move the pieces or, you know, I would need to be like thinking hard on it. But as you got used to it, you probably don't think about it anymore. Oh, by the way, is Remojamon finally back? Yes, he is. Give me my shitty reward. Actually, that's okay. And go after another one. If you have learned how to solve it, it's pretty automatic, I imagine. I just don't know if you can learn how it goes, or if you can learn it that easily by yourself without like checking on a guide or like hearing from somebody else how the logic works. But once you figure that out, it's probably going to be easy. The bigger one less so since you're not used to them. And you're still kind of trying to figure out how to solve them, yeah. As far you are in that process, it won't be that fast. Unless you get lucky. By the way, I mentioned my 3DS, but I just remembered something about another somewhat dead console, which is the Wii U. Something funny happened to the Wii U in the past days. For some reason, Nintendo has updated the firmware of the Wii U recently. After like the Switch has been going for like 4 years now. Maybe not 4 years, but it's been some couple years already for the Switch, right? But yes, out of nowhere, Nintendo was there updating the firmware of the Wii U. I was very surprised by that. It was like not anything fantastic. It was just a stability update or something. but it surprised me that they were still thinking about it. And there are rumors now for the next Switch that it's going to have like a larger screen, a longer battery, and even a better quality, if I'm not mistaken. And some rumors are saying it's going to be like the Switch Pro or something. I don't know what to say or to feel about a larger screen, because if it gets larger, it's not going to be that portable anymore, you know? Yeah, they did update the Wii U out of nowhere. When everybody forgot about the Wii U, there is Nintendo updating it. I think there are only like two reasons why somebody would still keep their Wii U, because most of the games got ported to the Switch already. And those two reasons are Xenoblade Chronicles X and Nintendo Land. Yeah, they haven't ported Nintendo Land yet. Somebody saying that they were giving it the best use of their time because nobody else was paying attention to the Wii U, so let's do this now, you know, when nobody's looking, let's do it. Yeah, they got the opportunity, right? But some people did see that and told the others for sure. Not The Last of Zelda HD remakes and Monster Hunter 3 as well. Regarding The Last of Zelda HD remakes, there are rumors they will be ported to the Switch, especially Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. Now we got the announcement for the Skyward Sword, but there are rumors for those other two, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, and I do hope they are real because, in my opinion, those two Zeldas are better than Skyward Sword. Even though I was very surprised to see the reaction of people, I didn't know Skyward Sword had so many fans. It even broke some records on like people pre-buying or pre-ordering the game, and then it was like one of the most pre-ordered games ever. I was like, what? For Skyward Sword? Really? But yeah, maybe they will see that Skyward Sword is being so hyped or successful that they will bring up the others too. According to the rumors, that's going to happen. Yeah, hopefully it does happen because I like those games. Although I still need to play Twilight Princess, but Wind Waker is one of my favorite Zelda games. And even before playing Twilight Princess, I think I will like it way more than Skyward Sword. But regarding Monster Hunter, I haven't played it, or I'm not in the universe of it, so I can't say much about it. But I know it's being very popular as well. Like, everybody goes crazy for Monster Hunter today. But yeah, those are the only games I could think now. But good call. Many people will keep their Wii U because of the retro gaming, right? Like, not only those Zelda games, but also the Nintendo 64 ported games and It also had some couple Super Nintendo games in there too, and even NES, right? Isn't it crazy that the Wii U probably had better retro games than we are having now on the Switch? I still hope they will bring up Nintendo 64 games or other console games for their online service. So we are very doubtful for the 3U to come back because of the swimming mechanic in that entry that was not well received. I mean, there is a little or small chance they could fix it, but when they normally port games, they don't change it that much, right? Besides like graphical changes. Although they did change the Skyward Sword controllers. So there is a small chance, but we need to see. But in general, the Wii U is already dead. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Lama. You seem to really know this game a lot. Have you played it as a kid or have you beaten it as a kid? So Victor is giving up on the Rubik Cube. He can't do it. Actually, come to think of it, I should probably have gone to bed like an hour ago. Yeah, right, it's because I brought up that somewhat long music talk, so you guys were like super interactive or like into it. So probably past, or it's now past your bedtime. And you were feeling tired, right? So Victor, go to bed, man. You were saying you were feeling tired because you couldn't rest thanks to your cat. So hopefully your cat doesn't wake up you today or tomorrow, right? Because it's probably going to change the days for you in there. But yeah, go to bed, man. Go rest. Thank you so much for stopping by, and we'll talk more next time. And have a great week. Yeah, as a kid and an adult, if you need any assistance, you can help. Yeah, so far I'm like not taking any help, kind of. Sometimes I do ask for some things on the chat, but now that, let's say, this digievolutionary process is kind of, I want to say it's a bit like out of my control, but it's not fully true. I do have some ideas of what I have tried before and what not. But overall speaking, it's a bit out of my control, right? So I think that anything I ask that could be too helpful to me right now will be a lot of information more than what I really want to get. So far, even though I'm not getting the results I want, I'm still good about that. But sometimes I do make some questions. And it's thanks to those questions that I can like change the way I think about how to solve an issue or a puzzle or a situation in this game. But for now, I think I'm just not getting lucky enough to get new results of my Digimon. Yeah, Victor, take care, man. Good night. Hi, Joe Dancing, how are you? Oh, you can't stay? That's okay. We talk again on another time. I do have a series to recommend to you, Joe Dancing. I binged that this last week, and I trust you. I trust on you to be like an open-minded person to really get the messages from this series like I did. So we'll talk about that series next time. And hello to my face. Yeah, it's finally back, right? But Joe Dancing, thank you for stopping by. I don't know what you're dealing in there. Hopefully it's not serious. Have a great week too, and we talk again next time. It is in my control, but the controls are not provided. Yeah, yeah. I don't know like what exactly to be controlling, right? I'm like taking shots and guesses, and trying to remember what I have tried and what not. But then that's the fun of this game, right? Like sometimes you get surprised by something that we're not expecting to happen. Although I'm sad that I got another Leomon because I'm kinda tired of this guy. But yeah, it's like stay patient and keep on testing it out. Eventually you'll get something new. Yes, I'm not looking up for anything. I'm actually surprised I'm still going on with this game, to be honest, but I don't know, maybe it's not like the best game for people to be watching, especially those that don't like this game. I can understand that because it feels a lot of repetition and it's the same and same and the same. But to me, it's somewhat relaxing. Maybe it's what Victor was saying earlier about playing something that's mechanical and then you can keep your hands occupied or something. I get a little bit of that by playing this game, to be honest. Because this is chill to me. I kind of feel relaxed when I'm doing this. Maybe because I'm still hoping for like unlocking a new secret or figuring something new. But also because during this playthrough, for many times I have been comparing this to Pokemon. And I love Pokemon. So in Pokemon you gotta get them all. And as soon as I saw or as I realized that in here I could also get all of the Digimon, like with some time and some patience, of course, but it's something doable. I was really sold to that idea, so here I am still trying this, even if it's frustrating. But at times it's surprising too, so it kind of balances it. It sounds good, there we go. You need a new series, it's a documentary. So we'll talk about it in another time. Oh, and thank goodness you're doing alright. Is this my fifth Leomon? Oh, Saburo, I can't. I'm not sure. I know for sure I had 3 Bakemon, and they all came in a row, right? But Leomon, this is probably 4th or 5th, but I can't be sure. But I'm tired of him because we got him many times in a row, right? Like, we got him in sequence. But Lemma, congrats on beating this game as a kid and as an adult because it's not an easy task. Much respect for that. But I wonder if you could, I don't know, beat it like 100% or like do what I'm trying to do, which is getting all of the Digimon, learning all of the attacks, getting all of the cards, and completing the city, or getting all of the Digimon to move to the city. Have you tried any of those things? Right now, the one we are the most advanced on is getting all of the cards. I think I'm only missing one. But then when I was telling you that sometimes I make questions to the chat, I made a question about the cards because I was really getting to this one conclusion that like there is something strange about this last card that it doesn't seem like I can find it. So I kind of asked the chat if it were possible for me to get it now or not. People said that's not something for now. So probably I can only get that after fighting the final boss. But we are also very close on the attacks, because we're only missing 2 attacks, right? Yes, this Earth one, which I also think I know which one that is. I just need to go fight Tentomon. And the last mech attack, which is probably the crazy looking one that has the crazy dimensions and stuff, which is one of the best looking attacks in my opinion, but I still haven't learned it. Yeah, we have been kind of getting there on my, let's say, side objectives. The hardest one is for sure getting all of the Digimon. We had some weeks of great new Digimon registering. but in the past 2 or 3 weekends we couldn't really register anyone new, right? So I'm getting a bit frustrated, but I know at some point I will end up learning something or getting better luck, and then hopefully we can continue on completing the chart. But regarding the side quests, there is only one that's really left. That's like something that I'm still working on. And it's a side quest regarding Factorial City, because in there, inside the factory, there is a Guardromon that's talking about a remodeling process, like, oh yes, you gotta bring me something so I can remodel it. And then he says, this is not the right model. I have been working on that side quest. I also have made some questions in the past to the chat, and it seems that what I need to bring to him is an ultimate Digimon. So every time I get a new ultimate Digimon, I go to Factory City to see if that's the right one. But side quest wise, I believe that's the only one that's left. I was really surprised that Andromon was not the answer for that. Because Andromon would fit Factorial City a lot, right? But yeah, he was not the answer. I even tried bringing Metal Greymon there too, and he was also not the answer. I also got Metal Mummymon, right? Yeah, even Metal Mummymon didn't do anything in there. And maybe I should also mention two other things that I'm still trying. I'm trying to win a Rank S tournament, but I have been in a row of bad luck for that, because sometimes I get a very strong Ultimate Digimon to join it, and then he dies just before, like seconds before the tournament is open. So it's been very frustrating. But there is also the Insectoid tournament in Beetle Land. Yes, in Beetle Land. We gave that one attempt, and we got like beaten up by Hercules Kabuterimon. So because it's such a specific tournament, and also Hercules Kabuterimon is a beast, I don't know if I'll be able to win that before finishing this playthrough. It's not like my priority. It's something that I can pass in case I'm able to finish the other things. But it's still there, and if there is an opportunity for me to go back to it, I will go back to it. But it seems to be like the hardest, let's say, side quest that's still going on in here. To beat Hercules Kabuterimon in the Insectoid tournament. Not only because of my opponent, but especially because of the conditions for you to join that tournament. That's like so specific. You need to have Insectoid Digimon that's strong enough, and then it gotta happen on the day 22nd or something. You know, it's like the alignment of all of the planets of the universe for you to have that one day, one shot, one chance. And then we lost it. So to have that happening again, it's going to be... Maybe it won't happen again, right? But it's still there in our minds in case a miracle happens. I know what you are talking about. Yes, I'm still working on that. Hopefully it's going to be rewarding. And that's the wrong training, by the way. I need to go for defense. Once I get him to like 800, I think 800 is good for us to stop. I will go train his brains and then HP and MP. If that's the right recipe, we'll need to see. And for the next cycle, I think I will go with Lekmon again, right? Because I still couldn't get any new champion out of him. And he's still the best shot I have. I just really don't know what to try next. But you know what? I could try something very crazy. I could try just going for HP and MP. And see what happens out of that. Can I sell those for a good amount of money? I kinda wanna check that out. Oh, it's 500? I mean, that's okay. I don't have a better use for that anymore, so sure. Oh yes, the meat are somewhat expensive, right? Or I can sell them for a good price. But wait a minute. How much have I paid for that training manual? I I bought it for way more than that, right? Wasn't it like five, not five, 50. 50,000? Okay, it is 50,000 bits. No, I'm not selling it. No way I'm selling it. But I was wondering, like, this is not the same price for, or this is not the same price I paid for it, right? Yeah, it's way lower than that. Because for a second I thought it was the same price, as it was close to a number that starts with 5, like 5,000. I was like, did I pay 5,000 or 50,000? No, it's 50,000. It is a ripoff, yeah. I wish you could buy more of those though, and then you stack them up, and then get better results in your training. But it seems that this game doesn't work that way. Did I get the sirloins? I got, right? Let's go back to the training. How old is Leomon now? He's 8 years old, so he can still keep on training for some more years. Hi, Bookmark, how are you? I'm doing alright. I just got another Leomon. I'm not very happy about that though. But we are trying to figure what can we do with him now, right? Doing good and well. How about you? I'm doing alright. Today was a relaxing day. Not much happening. I'm appreciating the weather though because it's more cloudy and rainy. It's a break on the freaking summer hot days. But at the same time, even though yesterday I did have a power outage, in general it hasn't been raining too strongly. Although yesterday it rained strong for an hour. But yeah, it's been a good weather to like take a rest or take a break on freaking very hot days, right? Leomon tries his best, but is his best what we need in here, Bookmark? That's the question. I leave it up to you. Oh, by the way, Bookmark, although I'm not sure if you have been kinda spoiling yourself on this topic, but all I'm going to say is that I have watched the previous Sony's State of Play conference that they kinda gave us more information on Final Fantasy VII Remake. Have you watched that by any chance? And if you have, is it okay if we talk about it? Because I was freaking impressed. And I imagine you were also impressed in case you have watched that. Wait, you're okay to talk about it? So you have seen Yuffie, right? I freaking love that trailer. I'm sad that it's only going to be for the PS5 owners. That's kind of like a BS. But Yuffie is freaking awesome. Oh, you ended up watching the trailer? Yeah, I was like, should I say this? Because maybe we're avoiding the trailer to not get spoiled. I can't say how much I'm loving to see the graphics and the new looks of Final Fantasy VII thanks to this remake. I understand it's different, it has some differences in comparison to the original, but every time I watch something about it, I get the feels of it. Like, it feels like Final Fantasy VII. So I go freaking hyped for it. And Yuffie's trailer was amazing. I freaking loved it even though she trolled the heck out of me when I played that game for my first time. She's one of those characters that at first you may have a hard time with her, but then they grow on you. Just like Sabin in Final Fantasy VI as well. Sabin in the end was my favorite character. Or Sabin, right? There are people that say his name like Sabin. To me, he's Sabin though. I agree, like she's super awesome in that trailer. And also her other friends too, although I do not remember them in the game. Especially because that new DLC is kinda like an extra story. It was not really in the original as far as I can remember. But I also do not remember those other friends she had, right? You remember that too? Yes, Sabin is my favorite. He ended up being my favorite, but at first I had a hard time with him because I couldn't really execute his blitz attacks because I was not bad on coordination with my buttons and controllers, right? So yes, I was like, Sabin, please do that, and then he couldn't, and then I was losing a turn. But eventually I was able to at least learn how to use the basic blitz attack, and then I was able to still use him a lot in the battles and still do a good job with him. But yes, learning his blitz attacks was a nightmare. So I was able to get to the defense stat that I wanted. Let me go for the brains. They are remake content characters, right? I was like, should I know these people? So you were confirming to me that yes, I was right about not remembering them then. But the freaking remake, it's looking awesome. Who was your favorite Final Fantasy VI character, Bookmark? Yeah, they were not there. But the way they presented the story, it felt like, I don't know, I should have known them for some reason. It felt like they were NPCs or some very left behind characters in the original, but now they are giving them some time to shine, right? And then I was like, is this any NPCs that I forgot, but now they are getting important? Oh, Shadow? I forgot about Shadow. Something very upsetting happened to me and Shadow in my playthrough. Those that have seen it know what I'm talking about. I still feel like frustrated, or I still think it was not fair what the game did to me regarding Shadow, but sure. It is what it is. Wait, Sabin is also up there. There we go. I'm happy they are doing what they are doing with it. It's very promising. I agree. Even though again there are differences and maybe some people will say it's not the same. I'm like, calm down, person, because this is looking awesome. Don't give them obstacles, please. They are working and doing a good job. If you wanna play the original, play the original. Yeah, it's like looking outstanding, and hopefully someday I can play it too, but as I also have been saying a lot of times, I'm definitely going to wait until the whole game is over and see what's the best strategy I can have to get it all. Because even though it was a great trailer, it was kind of BS what they did regarding uh, not allowing PS4 players to be playing this DLC, right? Not that it was not expected to happen, but when it really happens, it kind of sucks. So I don't know how much brains I want to teach him. Maybe 600? Let's try 600. That sounds like a sound idea, because you know people from the PS4 have to sort of miss out or find a way to buy their PS5 now for it. Yeah, but thanks to everything that's going on, not only that the PS5 is like a very new console and then it has better technology than the previous one, so it's more expensive, but also the situation of the world regarding the pandemic and everything. There will be a good amount of people that won't be able to get a PS5 by any time soon because there are other priorities in their lives, so they can use their money for that, right? But also because of the pandemic and people getting unemployed and everything else. What I'm really hoping is that they release everything for PC. Because there was even somebody saying this to me, that so far the PS5 doesn't really have like a good amount of exclusive games. Neither the PS5 or the Xbox Series X. Like, they both have games that you can play in other ways. It can either be by getting the Xbox Series X or the PS5, like they are in both consoles, or on PC. So what I'm trying to say is that there aren't great reasons for you to like choose one, because it's feeling like anything matters, because most games have been for every console or like to more than one option. That's also a reason why some people have been waiting to buy or to make a decision, because they want to see. But okay, I see this game is there, but what is only on a certain console, what's exclusive that really gets to me or I want to really play. So it's good that they are kind of being more open regarding releasing the games to every platform, but I'm hoping that will happen to this Final Fantasy VII Remake. Because I think so far it's only for... Mentor, thank you so much for that gift sub to Marmo. And Marmo, how are you? And thank you so much, man. That was like super random and out of nowhere. How is my day better now? Better now with that randomness. And how are you? That sure is a nice goatee you got there. A goatee? What is a goatee again? Um, is goatee like my beard or something? I forgot what's that. And that's a reason you also hear about you. Yeah, that they have been kind of releasing the games to every platform, right? For example, recently now, Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time was announced for the Switch, and also Fall Guys. So sometimes you just need to give them time, that little by little the exclusive games will be found in other places. And thankfully for PlayStation 5 and this new generation, they are kind of already telling us that, oh, this one game, no, don't worry, you can also play it on PC, or you can also play it on the Switch, or you can also play it on the Xbox. I appreciate that, but at the same time, how can you really make a decision on which console you're buying, right? If their games are kind of everywhere. But Nintendo is always keeping their games only on Nintendo, right? Oh, it is my beard, there we go. Yeah, I have been trying to complete it, but it still needs to grow more. I can show it better to you. Let me change the scene. Now we can do it with the new webcam. Yes, I have been trying to finish it growing on my cheeks, but it still needs to grow more. So hopefully with time it gets better. In case it fails, then I will shave the cheeks and then I will keep with the older look, right? A lot of people you have talked to are happy with just the performance upgrade of the PS5. I also have heard that even though the Xbox and the PS5 they are this new generation of consoles, and let's say you would imagine they both have the same performance, I heard that the PS5 has better performance than the Xbox. And the reason why that's happening is because it seems that when they were developing the games for the PS5, they gave the game directors the pre-model, or the, how is that called, the project, like the PS5 project in advance, so they could have a lot of time to really work on their games and refine them and make them awesome to run perfectly on the PS5. While for the Xbox, they kind of had less time to work on their games. So basically, when the Xbox people decided to like, here, game developer, that's the project of the console I'm working on, so create games for it and then we'll sell it on my console when it's ready. They had less time. So basically, in general, PS5 games have been working much better than Xbox or Xbox games. Even if they can have like very same-ish uh, hardware or something, it seems that people had more time for the PS5 games than Xbox. So I'm not surprised you're saying people have been saying great things about the PS5 performance. But now I'm waiting for the Switch upgrade, because there are rumors for a new Switch coming up soon. Also, a bookmark, have you watched the Pokemon conference or the Pokemon Direct? And Mentor, are you into Pokemon as well? I don't know if I talked to you already about that bookmark, I think I haven't. What did you think about the remakes of um, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl and also Pokemon Legend Arceus? I was talking about that earlier with Emily and the others. I was surprised, but at the same time I was out of a reaction because I was really expecting them to disappoint me and they were not disappointing me. And then I will say something that I don't know if it makes sense, but that's how I kind of felt. I was disappointed for not being disappointed. Does that make sense? Because yes, they got me by surprise. I was like, man, they are going to make a Diamond Pearl remake that looks like Let's Go games, and then I don't want that. I can't take it. And then when they were like, there it goes, Diamond Pearl remakes, how does it look like? And then wait a second, what's this? This is not on the direction they were going on. Wait, this is chibi? Ah, this looks like 3DS, like a next game after the 3DS. So I was not really expecting what they showed me, but I didn't know how to think about that because it's completely different than what I was imagining, you know. But I know it's good, like, that's really how the remake should look like. Very loyal to the original and everything. And then Pokemon Legends Arceus got me by surprise because it's what many people have been hoping for a long time. An open world Breath of the Wild like Pokemon game. Although they still need to work on the refining of the graphics of both. But honestly, it was a very good Pokemon Direct because those were actually great news. You got to see how they how they did it. How they did it, it was nice, and you like the chibi style. I liked it too, but I don't know. Maybe they could give it a I don't know a better refining. Even though I'm not sure how to point that out, like what exactly they should improve. But the art direction or the art style, I like it too. Especially because it's feeling a lot like what would happen after a 3DS game. So that's why I liked it. It doesn't feel like a Switch game. It feels more like the next game after the 3DS, you know? And there is some nostalgia to that too, and also because they are keeping the same proportions of the original, they are being very cautious on the details of the original game too. Although I can also understand for some people that were like, wait, but this is looking exactly like the original, like it's a new console, it's a new generation, why is it not more different? I can take what those people are saying. Maybe that's why I'm like not sure how to really react when I saw it. But at the same time, logically wise, that's how it should be, isn't it? Like it should be exactly like the original, but maybe with a little bit of better graphics, but that's it. So that's why I'm liking it, even though they got me off guard. Like I was expecting something that would look more different. But no, that's how it should be. Mentor has played the Game Boy games, but he doesn't really follow them nowadays. So you're just like Victor. Victor played Pokemon up to Pokemon Crystal, and then today he's not that much into the other games. Which makes me sad though, because I can understand the older games being better than the ones today, but they are still fun, you know? I mean, I was disappointed for Pokemon Sword and Shield. I was even saying that earlier today. But I had a lot of fun with like Pokemon Gen 4, this one that's getting the remakes. Gen 6, X and Y, I had a lot of fun on the multiplayer of that. I'm loving Pokemon Go today. I have been playing Pokemon Go a lot, even by not leaving my home. Thankfully, there are new ways for you to experience the game today, especially with some remote raid battles. You can like invite people from all sorts of places and then join a raid battle with them. So I'm still a big Pokemon fan. And the Rural Time Era Direct. Oh yeah, right. That new Arceus game was very unexpected. They do need to work harder on the graphics because there are FPS flaws. Like you can see problems on the resolution of the game, but the idea and the direction they're going for it, finally, right? Finally, Pokemon Company, you're taking some risks in here. I also understand they like to experiment something first before like going all in into that idea. Of course, they did that with Pokemon Sword and Shield with the wild area, like, oh, let's see if people will like this. And then people loved it. So now they were like, let's freaking go all in, let's go for a whole game that's like that. That's open world. But there are some things that a friend of mine brought up that I was not thinking when I saw it. When I saw this new idea of Arceus game, that I just remembered and I want to listen from you what you think about it. Because like when I saw it, I liked it and I was surprised they were finally going for it. But I totally saw it as something different. Like I totally saw it as a project that won't be very connected to anything else they have done so far. Even the starters you can select in there, they are all from all sorts of regions. So, you know, this really feels like a fresh experience in my opinion. Even if it's going on in Sinnoh, but then it's the field of Sinnoh, which is something we haven't seen so far. And I don't know, it feels that's going to be like a new take, a new experience. But then my friend was saying, yes, I have been waiting for something like this for years. But then, how are they going to do that? Like, where are the gyms? Is there going to be a Pokemon competition, like a Pokemon League? And then I was thinking, you know what, you were right. Like, this game won't have gyms, because it makes no sense. And not even a Pokemon League, right? So, what is this game going to give us as objectives? So yeah, my friend made me think a little bit about that. But I think that in the end, even if it doesn't have such things that are like very classic to the Pokemon games, because my first impression of it was already something apart, something different, something that's not that related to the rest, I think that won't be a big problem. But maybe some people can be bugged by that. What do you think about it? Would you be bothered by this game not having the gyms, not having a Pokemon League? It's going to have a Pokédex because they mentioned that you are going to help to create the first ever Sinnoh region Pokédex. But yeah, some other things won't be there, I think. So is it going to be as fun as the other games? Is it going to be as, let's say, is this an English word, pointful? Like, is it going to have a point like the other games? But yeah, my friend put me to think about that. It looks promising, I agree. I appreciate they are trying something different. But then, how much different is it going to be, you know? And then, if it is too different, wouldn't people miss those classic things like the gyms, the league? I think I won't mind that, because it's also not the first time the Pokemon Company is going on a, let's say, wild direction, but most of times they do that with a spin-off. This is also a spin-off, but it's kind of more connected to the main games because it's the same region as one of the main games. But I kind of still treat it as a spin-off. And you know what else? Maybe this is only the first spin-off of many. Maybe we are going to have like Pokemon Legends Mewtwo, Pokemon Legends Celebi, Pokemon Legends, I don't know, all of the legendaries. And that could be freaking awesome, don't you think? Subaru is saying to give it to refine it. Yes, yes. I think both need a better treatment. But the direction they're going, I kind of like them. Because it's going to be a fresh or refreshing idea, right? I see what you mean. They could do a bit more. So Mentor stopped playing whenever. Oh wait, so never mind. You played it up to like to not too long ago. You played a lot of Pokemon. I was expecting you to stop playing it like I don't know, 15 or 16 years ago. Back in the day in Pokemon Crystal or Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. No, you played up to Alola. That's Gen 7. That was Sun and Moon, yeah, Sun and Moon. Which, by the way, was not a fantastic game either, but you played a lot. Who's my favorite? I wonder if you can see it. Let's test this out. Can you see my paper crafts back there on the shelf? Or is it too far from you? In case you can, they are here. So my favorite is there, but imagine you're playing Among Us, and then the imposter is my favorite. Can you see it? Can you guess it? Also, don't take the Blastoise up there, although he's one of my favorite Pokemon, he's not my favorite. I'm talking about these guys down here. Who's the imposter? If you find the imposter, then that's my favorite Pokemon. There we go, Bookmark got it. Yes, Absol, the imposter that is right here, is my favorite Pokemon. Nice that you guys could see it, because I wasn't sure if that distance would be close enough to look at them. Exeggutor is yours? That's a very interesting pick. Do you have a certain reason why Exeggutor? Or it's like love in first sight? Exeggutor, huh? Which one? The Alola one or the normal one? The normal one, right? Because you said you stopped playing the games by Alola. Also, hi player hater, how are you? That looks so nice and organized. I'm happy that it's a little bit distant though, because then you can't see the dust and the dirt and the stains and the old of all of those items back there, or back there, right? Yeah, they are old, they are dusty, they are stained, they are everything, but I still love everything I have on my shelf. But yes, unfortunately they are not looking fresh and new. But yes, maybe it's a bit organized. I can take that. Wait, I'm missing some messages. Somebody saying, I don't need or I don't want a competition. I want a real motive to fight, but not the competition. Subaru, way to go for like um, a person with intentions, like a person that has words to be spreaded and heard. Man, I don't need a competition. I want a reason to fight. Dude, that's like life changing. And then Bookmark is saying, not at all, I don't mind any changes to emulate the difference as the other, just to try and keep something fresh to look forward to, possibly. Yeah, I think this game is going to be an experiment that they haven't really tried in a long time. So Mentor started playing the originals, blue version. I also really like Eevee, but I kind of prefer some of his evolutions more than himself. For example, Umbreon. Umbreon is my favorite evolution. But I also really like Jolteon and Sylveon. Bookmark's favorite Pokemon is Rhydon. That's a very different pick as well, but is it because it's the first ever Pokemon, Bookmark? Fun fact, right? If you didn't know, Rhydon is the first ever designed Pokemon. That's why in the Pokemon games, especially in the old ones, when you enter a gym, you see like a statue of let's say a creature. That creature is Rhydon. It's like a tribute to him for being the first ever designed Pokemon. So, fun fact for you in case you didn't know that. They are in every gym entrance. So I got their brains to the point where I wanted. Let me go for HP and MP. Normal one of the Pokemon you beat your blue version with when you were a kid. Oh, I see, so you kinda used an Executor in your team. But to be honest, they are very happy too, right? They are always cheerful and kinda smiling as well. It's one of those silly looking Pokemon, but they have a good vibe to them, you know? So yes, I can see now somebody liking it a lot. Although my favorite grass type is Lord Goddish, also known as Vileplume. Yeah, I'm like all team Lord Goddish. All hail and praise Lord Goddish. After the nickname Lord Goddish, I can't go to any other grass type. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, Vileplume is my favorite grass type. Yeah, quick dusting should fix it. I need one badly. I haven't mixed up my figurines and stuff with DVD cases. My DVDs are down here though. Back there are the CDs, like music CDs, lots of books, the paper crafts, and some of the 3DS game boxes. And some other things too, like the Daft Punk mask and RIP Daft Punk, I will always love you. Yeah, the Daft. Wait. Daft Punk mask right here. Some other paper crafts too of like Portal, Four Swords Adventure, and Professor Layton down here. And then under me, there is another Pokemon papercraft right here that's like a tribute to each place Pokemon. It's like a Helix Fossil and Flareon, like the Lord Helix for Anarchy and Flareon for Democracy. And some other crazy things here. I also have Daft Punk. Wait. Here as well, it's like the not the box, like the cardboard that I got the mask that's above, and papercrafts of Interstellar 5555, which is the best Daft Punk movie, which all of the Discovery video clips, the Discovery album video clips, highly recommended. It's on YouTube. Go watch that. Daft Punk is fantastic. That movie is fantastic. It's animated by Toei Animation, which is the same animator or studio of Dragon Ball and stuff. So yeah, I also have those paper crafts there for that, and some other things in there too. Anyway, wait, where is Digimon? Why is it not capturing Digimon now? Guys? Maybe I messed up with... Oh, there it is. There we go. Fixed. But that was a little bit of a scare. The game was working. I was only having problem to capture it. So Mentor likes Rhydom as well. Haven't they made a bunch of new Yes, he has a new evolution. Now he can evolve into Rhyperior. Although Rhydon looks better than Rhyperior. It's a Pokemon I keep coming back to whenever I can. I'm usually known for being a Togepi fanatic. I can see you being a Togepi fanatic, by the way. I have a friend that... This is going to sound funny, but it's mostly because of the face of Togekiss, and also the colors, which is red and blue, right? I have a friend that Togekiss reminds me of him a lot. Not only because he used the one on his team, but because his face looks a lot like Togekiss' face. So yeah, I can see some people getting a connection to the Togepi line. Yeah, Executor has a lot of summer vacation beach vibes. I was totally thrilled when I learned he was the first Pokemon design. Yeah, he has Rhyperior. I don't know which version it was, or I don't remember which version, but I was trying to beat the game with only Executors? You had a full team plus a shiny. Holy cow, how did you get a shiny Executor? Were you breeding, like shiny breeding executes? It was on a relatively new game in 2013. That sounds like X and Y. Yeah, it sounds like the 3DS game. Truth to be told, Mentor, I like Executor as well, because you like coconut and palm trees. Coconut water is fantastic, by the way. I don't know if you guys have had that before. It's super good. Subber is saying, what is the most important thing of the Pokemon franchise? Isn't it to like fight a wild Pokemon and then capture him with somewhat technology, or with a somewhat technological wait, with a somewhat technology that will brainwash the Pokemon so he can follow your orders, and then force him to fight against other Pokemon without competition reasoning. Summer wants that to change. Yeah, if you change all of that, you're going to change the whole Pokemon idea for sure. But that's why he likes Pokemon Conquest. Because you don't brainwash the Pokemon after capturing them. And you fight because there is a war happening. There is a war between the reigns happening. Wait, between the reigns, right? Between the reigns happening. Or the countries. I see, so Subber doesn't like the crazy brainwashing capture that Pokemon and then he follows your orders. He wants something more like... something with more personality, like the Pokemon thinks by its own and it can be your ally because it wants, not because he's forced to because of brainwashing Pokeballs. I can understand that a little bit. No way, Bomb2. Also, hi Bomb2, how are you? You saw Daft Punk live in 2007. Lucky you. Very lucky you. I'm certain that was one of the best days, if not the best day of your life, right? But I'm 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 proud and happy for you. I can't imagine how fantastic it was. Digimon took a break, but let's continue this training because actually I gotta go in like 20 minutes or so. So let me at least see if I can Digivolve Leomon in time. You didn't know I had the face camera, so you got here this year. Because I didn't have the camera happening for 3 months because it broke down during one of the streams. And then it took me 3 months to get another one. Which was yesterday. Yesterday was the first stream of the new camera. But yeah, before last year's December, all of the streams had camera. Or a webcam. You love coconut water, it's so good. And so refreshing too. It's very healthy actually. If you are scared of like feeling dehydrated, coconut water will give you all of the minerals and salts you need to your body to make it healthy, you know. Oh yes, I was training HP and MP. It's about being the very best, Subaru. How is it in English again? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Bum, bum, ba-dum. And then I don't know the rest of the song in Portuguese. I mean, in English. In Portuguese, I know. I mean, I think I know. I know, right? Esse meu jeito de viver. Quem nunca foi igual? Pá, pá, para. Na minha vida é fazer o bem vencer o mal. Parará, pelo mundo viajarei, tentando encontrar para um Pokémon e com o seu poder tudo transformar. Pokémon, temos que pegar seu ser. Pegá-los eu tentarei, vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar Pokémon. Well, in Portuguese, I'm safe on that song, but not in English. That makes sense. I like that reason too, and Conquest is such a good game. I still gotta give that a shot. It's going to be my introduction into strategy games, or tactics games. Hi Yoda, how are you, man? Coconut water is super good. I actually should buy it, because it's been a while since I last drank it. Or since I last... Yeah, since I last drank it. I think that's right? You also need to get a new mouse? No, my mouse is still okay. Maybe I should clean it a little bit, but it's still working fine. Wait. Oh, never mind. For a second I thought that Leomon was evolving. Yeah, the badum-dum part is what matters, right? That's true. Even if you don't know the lyrics, what matters is the instrumentals. You can't go wrong with the instrumentals. I'm not gonna lie, that version sounds way catchier than the Portuguese version? Do you think so? I mean, I like it. But to me, both songs are kinda with the same energy, to be honest. I have heard the English version before, I just can't go for the lyrics. Besides the beginning, right? I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. That's all I know. But never mind, maybe I know a little bit more. To catch them is my very test. To train and something in my heart, maybe? Yeah, there is something about to catch them is my very test. I'm certain about that. And then I don't know how it keeps on going. But hey, we're not talking about the best Pokemon song ever. That's not it. Didn't you know that the best Pokemon song ever... Although I need to know how to sing that in English though. How is it in English? Man, I don't know how it is in English. Although I have heard it before for sure. Oh no, okay, never mind. Even though I don't get the lyrics correctly right now for it in English, I'm certain it's not as great as the Portuguese version. Yes, that one song is not better in English than in Portuguese. Yes, the opening theme I can be like doubtful, but I'm talking about the Viridian City song. Do you guys remember the Viridian City song? I used to love it so much in those old Pokemon CDs with like the extra music of Pokemon. There is like I think the English version is like, we gotta go to the Viridian City. It's something like that. But the Portuguese version is so much better. Agora eu vou para Viridian, pra cidade de Viridian. Agora eu vou para Viridian. That's the best Pokemon song in case you have forgotten, but please give it a listen in Portuguese, it's much better. That was awesome, thank you for singing it in Portuguese. I'm happy I didn't forget the lyrics, because that would be a little bit of a shame. Even though I do forget lyrics of songs, Pokemon, come on, I had to know it, right? I had to know it. You are tired and sleepy, right? No, you're only sleepy now. Okay, so go to bed. Yes, those extra songs. The drowsy one was awesome too. How is it in English? Uh, I also need to remember it in Portuguese too, though. Mm. Okay, I remembered it in Portuguese. Agora eu quero conhecer que Pokémon que é você. Seus segredos desvendar, desvendar. Será que sentir emoção? Será no peito, coração? Eu preciso saber que Pokémon que é você. Yeah, diga pra mim. Será do tipo normal como Jigglypuff, Fantasmagórico Gengar, talvez será. Thunderbolt é um ataque mortal, talvez consiga Capim com Marowak. Agora eu quero conhecer que Pokémon que é você. Seus segredos desvendar, desvendar. Será que sentir emoção? Será no peito, coração? Eu preciso saber que Pokémon que é você. So how is that in English? I love that song! I don't know how it is in English, but it's the one that has the drowsy and then it's hypnotizing everybody and then there is Psyduck dancing with his tail as well in the end. I love that song! Do you know that one bookmark? The rhythm, the melody at least? That's the one, yes! What kind of Pokemon are you? Yes, that's the one I sang. But I don't know how it goes though. What kind of Pokemon are you? Yes, I don't know how it goes, but that's the one. It's so good. It was like, you can't keep nothing from me. You gotta listen to all of these and you're listening to them in Portuguese. Listen to the Viridian City one. It's so good. Yeah, that's my childhood. Why do you do... I don't know the rhythm though. Why do you do the things you do? Yes, I don't know where it enters in the melody. Can I remember another one? I remember there was a Team Rocket song as well, but that was not one of the best. Isn't there one that's like, to be a master, Pokemon master, I will something again. Na 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 na. I'm gonna be a Pokemon master. There is that one too. That one was okay. It's not the best. You can't go wrong with na 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 na. And then the others are better, but it's still good. It's still a remarkable one. That's a hype one too, isn't it? Yeah, I think those are the ones I could remember. Oh, never mind, there is a sad one too. But I don't remember how it is in English, I don't know. It's something like that Ash is crying with Pikachu or something because Pikachu is leaving, like it's the Pikachu's goodbye. And then it goes like, estarei sempre com você, é assim que se deve ser, te amar, te compreender, seu amigo ser pra valer. It's the sad ballad Pokemon song. Who knows how is that in English? Yeah, there is that one too. By the way, why am I training defense? You see, I start going on a different note and then I lose track of what I was doing and then I get the Digimon that I don't want and then I need to blame myself, not the game. But I'm starting to think that maybe I won't be able to get another ultimate in time. But let's see, Leomon, you gotta Digivolve, man. Or die. so I can restart the cycle. Whoops, sidetracked? I got sidetracked. But let's see, maybe I can still get something, right? I can take Andromon too. I still need to learn a new attack with Andromon. I can go for that. But one thing that made me sad to no bookmark was that for some enemies, there weren't English versions of opening songs for them. For example, Dragon Ball. When I watched the English opening for Dragon Ball or something, I don't know, it was a very generic action opening that has nothing to do with the original songs in Japanese or something. And that made me sad, you know? Let me try getting to 2000 of MPs. But I was saying that, actually I was saying this like in the beginning of the stream, but it feels like it was the last minute. But at some point of this stream, I was saying that I was not a big fan of Sword and Shield games, but I have been loving the anime, right? In case you are not following the anime news, I'm very excited because they are going to bring back Gary Oak to the anime after a long time. So I can't wait to watch the episode that may be coming up soon, maybe next month or something. That's going to have the re-encounter of Gary Oak and Ash after 25 years. That's going to be nostalgic AF. Yoda, you heard to some Portuguese version of the songs, I love them so much. I mean, the more recent the songs get, the worse they get, or the worse they get. But the first season, second season songs, they are good. But yeah, today's Pokemon songs, they suck. They are very generic. They are not impressive. Yes, they are bringing back Gary Oak. I can't wait. Recently they brought back some gym leaders like Chuck from Gold and Silver, but also Corina from X and Y, the X and Y games, right, Gen 6. They will also bring back Iris from Gen 5. And hey Scap, how are you, man? Congrats on starting a fantastic game that's Earthbound. I'm happy that you're enjoying it, and I'm not surprised actually, because I think that game has the humor that it's good for you. Yeah, they are bringing back lots of characters in the anime, but my hype is all for Gary Oak. Not to mention, they brought back Mewtwo. There was an episode in the Pokemon anime with Mewtwo. And even though they were not like really showing off like, oh my god, Mewtwo, we have met before in a movie or so, there was like 1 or 2 seconds of like change of eyesight that you could kind of understand that Mewtwo had something with Ash and Ash had something with Mewtwo, you know, even though they were not really speaking that up or talking out loud. But that episode was freaking nostalgic as well, like their re-encounter. So Pokemon Journeys, the current season of Pokemon, man, especially in comparison to some previous seasons of the anime, it's a big change. If they are taking risks now with the games, with like Pokemon Legends Arceus, they are taking big risks on the anime now and they are paying it off because it's been fantastic. You are only in the beginning. I will say, man, that Earthbound is not a very easy game, but I was a bit surprised that once I got there to your stream, you had like an hour or 2 hours of playthrough already. And I was like, okay, probably I missed the beginning, like the real beginning, and then Scap is probably doing all net things already. And I was like, oh no, Scap is actually still trying to get to the meteor to meet Buzz Buzz. Oh, so okay, I didn't lose anything. Let's see it now. So I'm glad you kind of took some time to really progress on the game. But regarding the difficulty, it is difficult. And especially because, just like many old games or RPGs in general, it's something that you need to experience for you to understand how the mechanics are. There are characters, there are NPCs that will give you hints and teach you one thing or two, but then you gotta talk to everybody, and you maybe sometimes skip someone or miss something important. But mostly you'll be learning it thanks to the experience. So Earthbound is a game that you need to die for sure, for you to understand how the mechanics really go in there. And hey, it could be worse, because you haven't tried Mother 1 for the NES. I have, and I I was just like what you are doing in this Earthbound game now. In Mother 1, I took forever to reach the first city. Yes, that's how hard Mother 1 was when I was trying it. I will someday go back to that game because I actually have never spoiled myself on the rest of it, like besides the beginning. And I'm curious to see how is it going to be related, similar, or connected to the other games. But Mother 1 is the real hard game. Yes, you were enjoying it a lot, and you made me go to bed very late too as well. I went to bed like at 6:30, but it was a very fun time, and that game is awesome, and the soundtrack of it in particular, come on. I'm really happy you are enjoying it, because Earthbound, for some strange reason that I will never understand, is a game that I hardly can't I hardly can understand how people can not like it when they like other games that are like it. For example, there are so many people that love Undertale, but they hate Earthbound. It's something that makes me not really understand why does that happen. And it's also a game that I kind of gave up on recommending it to people because, for reasons that I can't understand as well, people have told me that they didn't enjoy it that much. But I do not know why. Like, I think it's a fantastic RPG. It's funny, it's different. The colors of it, like the graphics, are cheerful, it's charming. Even though it has those crazy character designs with like a child is drawing this, like Scat was saying yesterday, and he was right. I think it's, everything in there is inviting. And I can't say much, of course, but I will say it's a surprising game as well. So everybody that kind of gave up at the beginning of Earthbound for reasons that I still can't understand, they lost like some big things up ahead, right, in the game. So yeah, it's a very unique game as well. And the music is fantastic. It's weird and it makes fun of itself every time. Like, there were jokes that they were talking about Earthbound, like, I wonder if Earthbound was released. Or how was that other one as well? There was like a sign talking about the library, and then they were like, go to library more! They were like throwing that at your face, like, go to library more, stop what you're doing, stop this game. Or even your dad in the game, like, aren't you feeling tired? You have been playing this for a lot of time, so, maybe you should take a break. Anyway, it's a game that makes fun of a lot of things, and I still can't understand why some people, and especially people that I recommended to play Earthbound, they kind of said that, no, I didn't feel it, or it was not the game for me. I wonder if it's because they were dying a lot. You know what? Maybe I think I will start believing that's the reason why. I will start believing they gave up on Earthbound because they were like, the battles were too hard, or it's not my traditional RPG. I will take that answer now. I just came up with it, but I think it's probably the reason why. So, because honestly, it's a good game. It's a fantastic game. Not only Earthbound, Mother 3 as well. Man, Mother 3 is one of the craziest games I have seen too. Like, it's going to mess with your emotions. I can understand that sometimes those games are not like for everyone, but I don't know, sometimes I don't get why some certain people can't like those games. But I'm happy Scap has been having a blast with it, because that's what that game deserves. More love, more people playing it, and hopefully Scap can beat it, because it's going to be an experience. It's totally going to be an experience. You're leaving, mentor? Alright, man. It's always great to see you in here. I hope to talk to you again soon. Have a great night. Actually, I should. I should be finishing my stream as well. And sadly, Leomon didn't digivolve though. But at least I had fun in here by also singing some crazy and classic and nostalgic Pokemon songs. I'm still surprised they could remember some of those lyrics, right? It's been like years. Yes, I'm also happy you haven't spoiled yourself on Earthbound, because I can't wait to see your reactions. Have been cozy with it. Yes, I'm also appreciating that you have been taking your time, yes, and you have not been too frustrated on the difficulty of it. Because, yeah, if you don't know how it goes or what to do or, what are the strats, you will struggle. But I'm happy you have been taking your time and taking it easy, yeah. The Game Over team, I'm not gonna lie, you are making me like that song way more now than I used to, because I don't know if I have ever heard that song for that long before, right? Mother Tree, dude. Yeah, Mother Tree is a roller coaster. I still hate how it was not released on the West. I can't say that I don't know why they are not releasing it in here. I may have an idea, but I still think it's BS. Like there are other games with other crazy things that go on in there that were released, so why not Mother Tree? Oh yes, we were talking about music. There was a list of like top 20 most iconic and influential guitarists of all time, and then I was sharing that list with Victor and Ultras to see if they could agree with the list, right? And surprisingly, in the end, they kinda agreed with most of them. I mean, not the positions, but like the names, or if those musicians deserved a spot on that list. So yes, I sometimes get a video like that on my YouTube feed, and then I know that Ultras, you as well, and Victor, you like to talk about music, and then I bring it up in here, and then we keep on sharing those names or those bands, and I actually learn a lot about many musicians that I have never heard before, and then Victor and Ultras, they know a lot about them. But yes, I was also trying to remember the name of the album, and the name of the album was Sultans of Swing. But I could swear it had something to do with like time, because it has a clock or a watch on the cover, right? But no, they told me that the album's name was Sultans of Swing. Just to give you like a summary of that list, the top 3 guitarists, I know that number 1 was Jimi Hendrix. Let me check the other 2, right? Jimmy Page on 2nd place, although they said that he's like overrated, the Led Zeppelin guitarist was very overrated, and also Eddie Van Halen as number 3. Oh, so Sultans of Swing is on Moss? Yes, that's an album I have heard before. I do like some of their songs, like Walk of Life, then this one, Sultans of Swing, and Why Worry? Yes, Why Worry is also great. You got Jimmy on there too, and Jimmy, hey, take that over. Okay, so do you like that? Do you like Jimmy Page? Because Ultras and Victor were saying that he's overrated, and I don't know, he's not that amazing. You should have a talk with them then. Maybe they were saying that they understand why he was in the list, but they disagree. Like, no, I would not put him in there, you know? For some names, they were saying that too. What I was telling them though is that I'm hoping to find top 20 or top 10 best bass players or bass guitar players, because I really wanna get to know more of bass players, since it's an instrument I like more than guitar. But then bass guitar is somewhat underrated in comparison to guitar information out there. Guys, I think that he's not going to digivolve. Okay, so I will leave one more day in here and hopefully he's going to either digivolve or die on that day. If not, I'm calling it. And then we will see his end next Sunday. But it's probably because his stats are not too high. I mean, defense and brains, yeah, but maybe I picked the wrong ones. Also, hi German, how are you? Or, hi Crab. Yeah, Digimon's World. Do you remember this one, Leomon? Leomon is a classic, and he's also very well known for a certain situation, right, that happens to him every freaking time. It's not a spoiler anymore, is it? Those who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about regarding Leomon. Oh, you remember him, so you also know what happens to him every freaking season, right? Or on every freaking season of Digimon. I'm wondering if he's going to either have that happening to him or digivolving. You're a little biased because you freaking love Led Zeppelin. There are better guitarists, but James is still a killer. Would you agree with what I was talking to them earlier regarding Metallica? That Metallica is like a very commercial or a very somewhat popular metal band, but they are not like fantastic, or like they have an importance on being influential and iconic because they kind of introduced metal to so many people because they are commercial, but that, I don't know, they are not that great, or many other metal bands are way better than them. Or do you by any chance like Metallica? Yeah, Bookmark also knows what happens to Leomon, right? I wish that he could digivolve, even if it is for Andromon, a Digimon that I already have registered. But I don't know if I did the things right in here. And this is going to be the last day, so I hope something happens today, because if not, I'm saving this for next Sunday. Oh, so you agree with them that Metallica is somewhat maybe overrated, right? And commercial? Oh! Oh no! Is it Andromon or is it the new Digimon? I think this was different than what I did to Andromon, wasn't it? No, it's Andromon again. Why is that? Why can't I get something different? I went on a totally different path, like, I gave him high defenses, high brains. Because last time when I got Andromon, I kinda balanced everything. I gave him offense, brains, speed, defense. Well, at least I can still try to learn the last mech attack, and I can try to now balance his other stats so we can register him for the tournament, so we can try fighting the rank S tournament. But I'm still mad that I'm trying new things and it's still giving me the same results. I understand that, just like what Lama brought up earlier, that this game has priorities, so like even though you achieved conditions for many possibilities or possible Digivolutions, the priority goes for that one. That sucks, like, am I always getting the priority Digimon? But anyway, at least he hasn't died, so we can still achieve a little bit of progress next Sunday, in case he learns the new attack. And I kinda wanna say he will, because come on, this is like the 4th or 5th time you get Andromon. You now need to learn everything you gotta learn, right? But I'm still salty that I go on different ways and I still get the same shit. That's kinda bad, right? So Scap has never been into Metallica, and they are a bit commercial, but you like some of their songs. So I think you are, let's say, better than Ultras and Victor, because they too were like, no, Metallica, I pass. Although I kind of appreciate how they influenced some other metal bands and kind of made metal to become more popular, but at the same time, Ultras was saying something that he could not understand how other metal bands that were even trying to go on a Metallica direction, even though they couldn't be like the same, but they were trying to play songs along the same ways as Metallica, how only Metallica was getting like the spotlight or was only being the big band being commercialized. He couldn't understand that. But yes, you at least liked some of their songs. And speaking of which though, and also since you are now in the Discord channel, check the Wholesome and Beautiful channel in there, because I posted some days ago a picture from the unofficial, actually official, Breath of the Wild manga, but it was an unused art. Yes, it was an unused art of the official Breath of the Wild Zelda manga, where there is a drawing of Ganondorf wearing a Metallica shirt. So go see that if you're curious. But yes, we were talking about Metallica, and then I learned that Metallica is like not as great as I thought it was, because it's such a famous band. But it seems that they are like commercial, a bit cheesy, and what was the other thing? And it's kind of like a meme as well. That's how I felt when Ultras and Victor were telling me about Metallica. It's an important band, but you know, it's not something that highlights that much. What I understood was that it was in the Breath of the Wild manga, but it was an unused art. So basically, it's not in the manga, but they were, for some reason, drawing it together with the rest of the manga work. I think there is actually a description. Let me read it properly then. I think I can find it too. Actually, I didn't know there was a Breath of the Wild manga, by the way. Yeah, it's right here. Ganondorf was revealed as a Metallica fan in... Oh, it is an unpublished. Why was it unpublished? Let me see if I can show you the picture on stream as well. So the whole manga was not published? I understood it wrong then. I thought at first that they published the manga, but they didn't use that art. But now it makes me sad. I wish the manga was a thing, like it was published. But anyway, guys, I'm going to call it in here. Scap, can you give me the next day you are going to probably play Earthbound? Is it tonight by any chance? But I'm going to call it in here, and next Sunday we'll be continuing with Digimon World, and on next Saturday, Roller Coaster Tycoon. So thank you so much for stopping by. Also, thank you so much for that very fun Pokemon revival talk with the songs of the classic cartoon. I'm feeling like going to YouTube and listening to those songs again later. And I hope you guys have a great night, have a great week, and goodbye.